Supremacy Games. Chapter 326 to 350. Chapter 326, The Fishing Stage 2. After rowing more than enough and seeing a good fishing spot, Felix left the copy to continue fishing. As long as he was capturing fish continuously, he wouldn't start torturing them again, probably. Felix carried on and switched to F5, F6, until he had checked on every one of them. The majority weren't doing too shabby. Time to get back. The moment he thought so, Felix's eyes in his real body opened up. He swiftly changed his fishing spot since the redfish school had already gone away. It wasn't hard to find one by using the eyes of the golden fish underwater. 10 minutes later, Felix's boat was already filled to the brim by 3 fish species different in shape, size, and color. Some were thin and long while others had plump bodies, making anyone salivate just by looking at them. The fish used in the competition was from all different parts of the universe, adding a terrifying diversity to the ocean. But still, the majority of them were at least half meter to 1 meter long. This made it difficult for the boat to carry a large number of them since the space wasn't vast enough to hold a lot of them at once. 20 minutes had gone by. 40 minutes left before the feeding stage. Felix placed down the fishing rod beside him and held the paddlers. He sat on the stern seat, which was the only empty spot, and started rowing back to the white shell. He didn't forget to order the rest of his clones to return no matter how many fish they got. A few minutes later, the ever-floating white shell had entered Felix's eyesight. F11, who was left to watch over the white shell, could be seen scratching his ass on top of the large feeding bucket. Felix ignored his clone and started looking around him. Soon, he spotted the arrival of 8 boats from different directions. Good, 8 of them made it back alive. Felix was worried that most of them might end up meeting with a marine beast on their path. It wasn't doubtful, as he had met with a Tier 2 rare marine beast just earlier. Naturally, he didn't cause Felix any trouble. Too bad the same couldn't be applied to his clones. Even if Felix switched his senses, he wouldn't be able to fight since his abilities, traits, energies etc. weren't being copied as well. After few tests in the measurement center, he realized that the only thing copied from him was 20% of his strength. Which wasn't a lot and good in fights against those in his level. But, it was good enough to carry stuff. Since those 2 didn't show up, it only meant that they didn't make it. After Felix did a quick senses switch, he noticed that F5 and F7 were the ones who got killed on their return. He felt quite bad for losing F7 as he had a lot of fish in his boat, but for F5? Felix just cursed him, "That's karma, you little shit." It turned out, F5 was the one who was torturing the fish before. In a short while. Thud. The bow of the boat had collided softly with the white shell. Just like a magnet, the boat stopped moving at once. Since the boat was full, Felix had to throw the fish on the shell first until it was empty. He then pulled the empty boat upward and left it at the edge. There were still 40 minutes remaining in the fishing stage, and he had no plans on stopping now. Felix swiftly went to the feeding bucket and kicked the clone from on top of it. He then pushed the bucket from behind towards his spoils. After reaching next to the redfish, he held 2 of them and threw them inside the bucket. TI ring. TI ring. Congratulations on capturing uncommon red Nonakia fish. 100 fishing points rewarded. Congratulations on capturing uncommon red Nonakia fish. 100 fishing points rewarded. Queen, turn off the repeat notification from the same species and common rank fish. Felix requested after seeing 2 big-ass notifications emerging in front of his face. The queen did as she was told, and silence regains in the area again. Now, no matter how many fish Felix threw in the bucket, not one of them had resulted in a notification. This meant that Felix had yet to catch a rare rank and fish. Honestly, it was completely understandable since he was fishing mostly from fish schools and not unique and singular fish. Obviously, he would ace the quantity, but the quality would remain shit. However, Felix wasn't bothered by it as he already anticipated so and made proper countermeasures. Speak of the devil and he shall arrive as the 8 first copies had finally reached the white shell. Felix stopped throwing the fish and went to help them out. After placing all of their fish on the white shell, he gave out an order to carry the fish to the feeding bucket. Some of them carried 3 large fish species with veins protruding from their necks while some pinched only a tiny fish with 2 fingers and walked slowly behind them. Felix's eyelids twitched at sight, but he was too tired to scold them for it. He just returned to his previous place and continued to fill up the bucket with his spoils first. After a minute or two, Felix had counted 24 fish from his boat only. Almost half of them rewarded him with 50 FP as they were just common, but the rest had 100 FP each. This pushed his total point tally to 1900 FP. He didn't know if he was ahead in terms of points or not since the ranking list only opens up after the fishing stage had concluded. "Start throwing the fish with me," Felix ordered in his mind and began filling the bucket with his clone's spoils. Obviously, many notifications kept resounding since the copies were fishing randomly instead, unlike Felix. However, all of them were still just uncommon rank. In 2 minutes max, every fish in the area had been successfully placed in the bucket and counted as valid. Based on the rules, only the fish in the bucket would be eaten by the rainbow turtle and affect the shell's toughness. So unlucky. 143 fish and not one of them is even rare. Felix shook his head in dejection and started calculating his total points from them. 13k FP. This was gathered in only half an hour of effort. He still had another 30 minutes to double it. Felix had no intentions of wasting time. He didn't even care about fishing points as he wanted to fish game points bundles and maybe rare rank and fish that could award game points. However, this time he wanted to bring with him the corpse of a marine beast if he ended up with one. He wanted to check if the beast's rank was going to correspond to the fishing ranking system. But first, he needed to handle the problem of space since the marine beast's sizes were 3 times that of the biggest fish he caught. It wouldn't be worth it to return with just a few fish to experiment. "You go first," Felix ordered the clones while creating another one with its fishing materials. There was no point of them being here hanging with him. After they left, Felix created another clone of himself and a boat for him. "Follow me," he ordered while dragging the boat behind him. 15 minutes later, Felix had finished the second round of fishing and was currently returning to the white shell with at least 6 fish species. The boat was full but the one behind him was still empty. During the past 15 minutes, he didn't manage to locate even one marine beast. He even used fish to scout underwater. On the other hand, one copy of his ended up meeting one. Besides Felix, no one probably wanted to meet up with marine beasts as they were dangerous and not as worth it as collecting normal fish. Even if they met one, the other players kill it and throw its corpse back in the ocean. However, with Felix's extra boat, he really wanted to check if he would be getting more GP if he brought a beast in or not. If Lisa didn't leave the game hall due to her tantrum, he would have asked her instead of trying to see for himself. Alas, he was already on his journey back to the white shell, and he had yet to spot one. Just as he was about to give up on this plan and carry on fishing normally, Felix noticed through the eyes of the golden fish, an incoming giant transparent jellyfish that had thousands of thin tentacles underneath its massive spherical head. He instantly knew that wasn't a weak marine beast like he fought the previous time. Chapter 327, The Second Active Sand Ability. As it got closer, Felix managed to see blue electrifying charges being emitted from those tentacles, which were as long as a standard street pole. Don't know its name and rank, but it must be at least either legendary tier 2 marine beast or epic tier 3 marine beast. Felix pondered to himself while swimming swiftly towards the beast, wanting to check it up close. Since he was looking from the eyes of the fish, he was gone unnoticed by the jellyfish even though he was only a few meters away from it. Or probably, the beast had already seen him and decided to ignore him due to the golden fish species being on the prey side. As Felix was studying the beast and trying to locate a weakness in its body to assist him in his upcoming battle, he ordered the clone that he brought with him to jump on the loaded boat and leave this area at once. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number _52369143810280686 for visiting. He already disconnected for a split second to switch boats before connecting again with the fish. The last thing he wanted was for his spoils to end up caught in the crossfire. Obviously, everything that he was doing was confusing the viewers, but Felix didn't give a shit about it. He just kept focusing on the giant jellyfish that was swimming slowly in his boat direction. The beast is 15 meters deep and 30 meters away to my right side. Felix kept calculating while switching senses from the fish and himself. If I threw a spear from here, the water resistance would lower the penetrative force of my attack to the bare minimum. I would probably hurt it but not outright kill. In fish form, Felix stopped swimming at once after noticing from above that the jellyfish's head appeared like a thin layer of paper. Not all of it, but just right at the center. If it wasn't for him being only 2 meters away from the area, he wouldn't have been able to notice such a hidden difference in thickness. However, due to his non-threatening status as a small fish, the jellyfish beast let him approach it as it pleases without a problem. I may have lost infrared vision, but senses sharing combination with perfect copy isn't so shabby either. Felix grinned with his toothless fish mouth, scaring the shit of the other smaller fish near him. Without hesitation, Felix switched back to his real body and stood up on his feet. He kicked some fish that were in the way and placed one foot on the stern of the boat. He glanced one time at the water beneath him and turned around. Then, he pointed his palm at empty space next to the bow seat and snapped his finger with his other hand. Immediately after, a stream of pitch-black sand gushed from his palm akin to a water dam into that spot. The force was so strong the boat shook after sand landed on its floor. Felix didn't worry about flipping the boat as he merely carried on pumping sand in that area. After a couple of seconds, Felix retracted his palm after seeing that the black sand had started to rise higher and higher while being modified at the same time into a humanoid shape. By the time the sand stopped raising, the black thing was already 8 meters in height and had 4 basic limbs and a head just like every other normal human. However, it didn't stay like this for long as the sand around its body started to move back and forth akin to waves, creating details so realistic anyone would have assumed that a professional sculptor had created this magnificent being. Although everything was black, the viewers were able to see that its head was that of an eagle and the body of a human. He had 2 growing black wings on his back and holding tightly into a spear that had an eagle beak as its head. The moment the process of creation ended, the black being's fingers moved slightly as he tightened his grip on the spear even further. He lowered his head and gazed at Felix with pitch-black eyes, that would send shivers into anyone's skin. However, Felix merely threatened him with his lips twitching, "Guardian of the War Temple, don't you dare greet me here." Alas, the black being didn't care about his threat as he kneeled on one knee with his head lowered to Felix. Then, he lifted the spear slightly and brought it down twice on the wooden surface of the boat. Thud thud. Scared shitless, Felix held his breath as he looked at the area of the boat where it was struck by the spear. Seeing that it wasn't damaged, he wiped his sweaty forehead. The last thing he wanted was to fall into the ocean now while being near such a dangerous beast. Speaking about it, Felix swiftly switched his senses to the fish and noticed that the jellyfish was only 15 meters to his right. Its depth didn't change much, remaining at 10 meters below. Felix didn't switch back to his original body as he kept gazing at the jellyfish getting closer and closer underneath his boat. 14m, 12m, 10m, 7m, 4m, 2 meters. The instant the jellyfish was almost right below the boat, Felix controlled the little fish to stay half a meter next to the thin layer of the jellyfish's head. A split second later, he switched his senses not to his original body but to the Guardian of the War Temple's body. Immediately after gaining full control of this being, Felix hastily stood up from his kneeling position and lifted the black spear above his head. Although the Guardian was 8 meters tall, Felix didn't show any signs of inexperience or difficulty. He did the entire sequence just like he was in his own body. All of this due to the hard work he had to go through in the past months after unlocking the sand abilities, and especially this active ability, Guardians of the Temples. Felix tightened his grip on the spear, making his fans' hearts start to thump rapidly. What the F***ck was going on, and what was that black being going to do? Questions like those rung at least once in their minds. Meanwhile, Felix had closed his eyes and relied on his mental energy to sense the fish, which was made by his energy first and foremost. The moment he felt that it was 9 meters below him and 1.3 meters to his right, Felix didn't hesitate to use his passive harden on the spear, turning it as tough and heavy as a boulder. He had to do it. Otherwise, the spear would be affected heavily by water since it was made purely from the sand. Then, he hurled the 9 meters long spear in that specific direction with all of his strength. Sploosh! The spear penetrated the water akin to a 12mm bullet fired by a sniper rifle. Since the distance wasn't far between Felix and the jellyfish, the spear reached it in a split second. SHSSSSHH. The beak of the spear passed by the small golden fish and pierced exactly the thin layered skin of the jellyfish. The process was swift and without any resistance. Heck, the jellyfish merely flinched twice before drifting motionlessly in the water, taking the spear with it. Its body got pierced fully, allowing the spear to exit from the other direction. Such a smooth and clean win wouldn't have happened without the combination of Felix's new sand abilities, hard work, and his wits. Of course, some luck was needed as well, since a single mistake and the spear would have either missed the weak spot or the target completely. Hopefully, the beast is worth the effort. Felix wished so while switching back to his original body. After he opened his eyes, he waved his hand dismissively at the guardian of the war temple. "Eagle Guardian, you can leave." Upon hearing so, Eagle Guardian nodded his head intelligently and broke into sand particles while still in a kneeling position. Felix was already numbed by seeing him kneel every time he brought him out and sent him away. When he unlocked this ability at 30%, he was extremely delighted by obtaining an actual ability that allows him to summon sentient beings. They weren't like his retarded clones that were using his personality and memories to make their decisions, but actual beings with a thought process. Well, it wasn't really a highly advanced one, as they could just respond to simplistic orders by Felix. However, when it comes to moving on their own without Felix's interference, he found out that he could actually get beaten black and blue by them. For example, Eagle Guardian was named as Guardian of War Temple and was a Spear Grandmaster. When Felix fought him alone, he was utterly demolished, as Eagle Guardian's strength was 40% more than he possessed. Yet, what truly drove him to the depth of despair in those battles were his spear techniques that were at a level Felix could only dream about reaching. The fact that he was using those techniques in a split second and without a single delay made it pretty obvious for Felix to guess that the Eagle Guardian wasn't relying on instinct or battle senses. Instead, Felix innocently theorized that it was due to Lady Sphinx programming it with billions of unique moves, each for a specific moment. So those guardians were quite alike to Ace, but more ancient. For Lady Sphinx to create such a thing billions of years ago just further emphasized that her intelligence was off the roof. Although Felix had unlocked this ability in the previous 3 months, he knew that its potential was still not dug fully by him. But he was getting there slowly. Right now, Felix simply copied a fish on his boat and threw it back in the ocean. He then switched his vision to it and dove deeper to scout for the corpse of the jellyfish. Upon seeing that it was truly dead, Felix switched back to his original body and jumped in the water under the enlightened looks of the viewers. Plop. Chapter 328, Attributed Sand. His fans and the VIPs had already some kind of idea about what's going on after seeing the Eagle Guardians hurl the spear into the water. They assumed that Felix had utilized his infrared vision to spot a marine beast and hunt it down. Their assumption was based on the fact that Felix was below 75% integration. This meant, he still didn't replace his infrared vision. After all, only 4 months had gone by since Felix's last appearance in the SG. They could see that he was still at origin purity at that time. So, unless Felix showed 6 abilities, they would always consider him at first stage greater purity. What did he hunt exactly? Princess Bird wondered with her eyes narrowed at Felix's empty boat. Splosh! Her question was answered in a heartbeat as Felix had emerged from the water while pulling behind him the jellyfish by its tentacles. He quickly climbed up the boat and pulled the giant jellyfish with him. By the time it was on the boat, Princess Bird and Felix's fans had their eyes widened at its humongous size that took almost every space in the boat. What rank is that thing? Leader Emma asked Marcus, who was always sitting next to her, doing what he knew best, right? Upon hearing so, Marcus stopped typing and did a quick search in the UVR. Soon, the result came out and both of them were horrified by it. Thundero's jellyfish, epic tier 3 beast. It wasn't just them who searched for it as Princess Bird did the same and didn't know how to react. She knew that it was impossible for her to hunt it down even when she was at peak stage 2 of replacement. Simply because it was a marine beast. So epic tier 3 beast should be as difficult as epic tier 4 land beast to slay. Yet that black thing had killed it in one single strike while still being at first stage of replacement. It was too uncanny in her eyes. No, it was impossible. Because she knew that the black needed to have at least 6,000 BF at a minimum. How was that a legendary ability for tier 2 bloodline? Father! Let's not rush judgment. The chief opened his eyes slightly and said lazily, Thunderous jellyfish is known for having a fatal weak spot in its body. Based on its ruptured head, it seems like that boy had struck it perfectly. I see. Princess Bird soon titled her head and asked, what about that black sand? Shouldn't it be golden, brown, or even red? The chief glanced at Princess Bird with a displeased expression, making her realize that she messed up big time. I see that you have been skipping your daily courses in the tribe school again. The chief scolded after seeing that she was acting deaf. I don't mind spending your time locating your crush, but you better not let it affect your grades and combat drills. Father! Princess Bird yelled in irritation, how many times do I need to tell you that it is for revenge? 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 Hat! The chief snorted, he merely stole your spotlight for a second or two in May's shuffle. If that was enough to make you waste 600 million SC of your money to locate him, I would be a fool to believe it. Arg! You so annoying. Princess Bird pointed at the replay and changed the subject, just tell me already why is his sand black? The chief looked at his daughter and asked with a hopeful gaze, do you know what sand is? Aren't you looking down on my IQ too much, father? Princess Bird humphed in annoyance and answered, I know that sand forms when rocks break down from weathering and eroding over thousands and even millions of years. For sand beach, a byproduct of living being plays an important part in comparison to sand in deserts. Good. The chief nodded his head in pride like his daughter had answered an existential question instead of an elementary one. This rubbed off Princess Bird the wrong way, but she accepted it gladly as praises directed at her from her father were almost non-existent from her life. If you repeated this definition, what do you find? The chief decided to go all out in testing his little daughter's intelligence. Princess Bird murmured it twice while coiling a lock around her finger. Soon, she tilted her head in confusion and replied, there are multiple types of sand. Like deserts, beach sand, riverbeds, and seabeds. That's right, but the chief shook his head lightly and said, that's not what I want you to see from the definition. Upon seeing that she was struggling to find out what he wanted, the chief decided to give her a break as he said, it's the erosion of rocks. Hey! Princess Bird raised her eyebrows in surprise and bewilderment. In this ever-expanding universe, 99.99% of sand is a creation of normal rocks erosion in millions of years. The chief highlighted Blackie on a hologram and pointed at it, what you are looking at now is one of that 0.01% exception. The chief waved the hologram and carried on, I believe that boy had lucked out on an ability that was created from sand which was resulted from rocks that were at least 10 times stronger than normal rocks. The process of erosion should have lasted for billions of years. Oh! Princess Bird exclaimed in understanding, no wonder it was so strong. The chief nodded his head and said in nostalgia, a friend of mine had told me once that he had landed on a planet that was 80% sand and 20% water. However, he didn't know so at the beginning since the sand was completely blue, making the planet appear from the outside like an oceanic planet. Blue. Princess Bird was shocked. Indeed. The chief said, he told me that if he threw a portion in the air it would float for a couple of seconds before falling slowly to the ground. He even brought me a sample of it and I have done some experiments in my lab. What did you find? Princess Bird asked, is it like the black sand? The chief shook his head and said, no, it was made from anti-gravity rocks. Princess Bird took a deep breath in disbelief as she had never heard of such a thing before. Her knowledge was indeed trash, but in this case, it could be excused as not a single piece of information about the attributed sand was found in the UVR. Only those at the top knew about such matters and kept it to themselves to profit from them. After all, anti-gravitational sand was exceptionally rare. Meanwhile, the black sand could be utilized to create glass that was 10 times tougher than its counterparts. So it was only natural that anyone who found those kinds of planets with such peculiar sand and environment would take it to themselves instead of selling the data to the Queen or the others. How many types of sands are there? Princess Bird couldn't help but ask as she felt that sand's potential could be infinite with those attributes. Too bad, the chief merely shrugged his shoulders and answered, I doubt that there are many since natural corrosion from the weather is a must for sand creation. Not every unique mineral or rock with those kinds of hidden attributes would be able to corrode properly even after billions of years. No wonder he said that Felix was extremely lucky when unlocked an ability that was using attributed sand. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _52625749298963187 for visiting. In his eyes, unlocking such an ability was beyond lucky, but it was plausible since he knew someone who also unlocked an ability with different attributed sand. The only difference between them was the rank and tier of the beast used. While in his eyes, Felix had 100% used a legendary tier 2 beast, his friend had used legendary tier 6 beast. So it was a bit uncanny, but it was understandable. The other VIPs had somewhat of the same conversation and thus they were merely shocked by the black sand instead of reacting too excessively. However, when perfect sand copy was added to the Guardians of Temples, doubts about Felix's sand bloodline started to arise. They could close one eye at Felix's legendary poison bloodline that had tens of inducements while the limit known was just 5. However, they couldn't do it anymore when he just showed them 2 sand abilities that were never heard of even in the legendary tier 7 bloodline. After all, they could see that Black was a sentient being just like Felix's copies. That's without adding the fact that he was made from black sand. Lucky once? Sure, lucky twice. Maybe. But 3 times in a row? They weren't that retarded to not realize that Felix either had someone give him mutated bloodlines or a new form of evolved bloodlines to be that strong. If they managed to get him, they would get to the source that was providing him. Every one of them wanted to get that source. Even Princess Bird's father. This time, Felix had truly attracted the attention of the giants of the human race. Felix knew all along that his bloodline rank would be doubted sooner or later the more he continued showing the difference in his abilities than what's known. But did he give a crap? Nope. Felix just kept rowing and rowing while humming a soft tone, heading back to the white shell. He didn't bother stressing himself about having his real-life persona getting found out by them as he had done everything to separate his 2 characters. If it wasn't for so, Princess Bird would have found him out with her background massive network. Thus, he just focused on the game and farming as many game points as possible. Doing his thing. TI ring. TI ring. Congratulations on fishing 200 GP bundle, congratulations on fishing 300 GP bundle. Hehe, keep it up boys. Felix smirked faintly while looking at the white shell of his turtle. He had arrived just in time to fill the bucket before the next stage begins. Felix knew that dangers would start on this stage since every player would have access to the fishing points list. He hoped that one of them would have a heart attack after seeing the points he had. Chapter 329, Despairing Lead. After Felix reached the white shell, he jumped upward while holding 2 blue tentacles. When he landed, he started to drag it upward as well. Thud. Seeing that the corpse was on the shell, Felix pulled his boat and went to help his clone who was emptying the boat from the fish. A few seconds later, Felix went and brought the feeding bucket next to the jellyfish. Since it was too big for Felix to lift it and threw it inside the mouth of the bucket, he summoned the Eagle Guardian and asked him to do it. The Eagle Guardian easily lifted the giant jellyfish with one hand and placed it within the bucket. Immediately after, the jellyfish disappeared inside the bucket's void. Felix received a notification accompanied by small-sized fireworks. TI ring. Congratulations on capturing Epic Tier 3 Thunderous Jellyfish. 4000 FP/2000 GP rewarded, whoosh whoosh. Every Felix's copy and material had broken to sand particles and drifted with the air. This left only Felix, the big bucket, and a couple of fish copies which were left behind for scouting. Thud thud. Big boy, wake up. Felix stamped on the shell twice and said, "It's time for lunch." Rumble. Rumble. The moment the order was given, the silent and immobile white shell started to shake into earth, tremoring from an earthquake. Felix caught his balance and started gazing at the humongous wrinkly grey limbs, which were coming out of the 4 openings at the sides. Even the rear had a small wrinkly tail emerging from it. Yet, Felix's attention was still captured by the tiny grey head of the rainbow turtle. Instead of making its entire head and neck leave the shell, the turtle first peeked with its cloudy black eyes in every direction. Only after seeing that the coast was clear did the turtle fully exited from its shell. Upon noticing the fish bucket, the rainbow turtle's eyes widened up in desire, but it still didn't start eating since the time wasn't over it. "Come down here," Felix ordered with a gentle tone. Whoosh! The turtle lowered its head until it was in front of Felix. Due to its long and thin neck, it wasn't that hard to bend it backward like this. Felix started patting it gently while glancing at his bracelet. The moment he noticed that only 3 seconds left, he removed his hand and pointed at the bucket. "Eat." Peeb. Peeb. Felix didn't need to do so, as the instant the alarm resounded in the map, every turtle had automatically placed its head in the bucket and started gulping a fish after the other without even chewing them. While it was eating like a starving wolf, Felix was checking the shell's color, wanting to see if it was going to change anytime soon or not. Unexpectedly, the color was indeed changing from creamy white to light yellow. Felix guessed that the process was happening so fast was due to the high quality of fish that was at the top of the bucket. Meanwhile, the common and uncommon were mostly at the bottom. So far so good. Felix stopped studying the shell and went to sit on the original wooden boat. After getting comfortable, he requested from the Queen, "Please show me the current ranking list for fishing points." Rank 1, Unpaid Landlord, FP, 31,500. Rank 2, Golden Elixir, FP, 6,800. Rank 3, Surreal Fog, FP, 5,990. Rank 4, Miss Mikasa, FP, 5,100. Rank 5, Blue Whale, FP, 4,800. Rank 6, Sunny Night, FP, 3,700. Rank 7, Fist Over Brain, FP, 3,400. Rank 8, The Tranquilizer, FP, 1999. Rank 20, Drunken Cat, FP, 1,750. Rank 71, Lightning Touch, FP, 1550//. Just like Felix was inspecting the list, the viewers, Lisa, and the players were also doing the same. While he was nodding his head in satisfaction at the massive lead he had over the rest, they couldn't even breathe properly at the sight of his whopping 31K towering over everyone akin to an unsurmountable mountain. Is this some kind of a bug? In utter disbelief, Lisa could only remove the list from the big screen and place it again, hoping that it was some kind of a sick joke from the Queen. Alas, she removed it over and over again until her heart started thumping loudly at the implication of it being a reality. She knew that outrage was going to raise in the stream after showing possibly more than 20 players on the big screen in the stream, but Felix, who had such a game-breaking amount, didn't receive a single ounce of attention from her. The stream? The stream. She swiftly turned it on, as she always had it off since she didn't like reading the chat like most MCs. Alas, the moment she noticed that everyone was cursing her left and right for being incompetent and useless, she knew that she ***ed up big time. Especially when she saw that most of the comments were just spams to put the camera focus on Felix, informing her about what she was missing. Most of them were naturally from his fans, but the rest were from random spectators who weren't supporting anyone and just watching for fun. Boo! Lisa! You suck! You! Suck! You! Suck! You! Suck! Leader Emma and the rest of the fans didn't hesitate to take advantage of everyone's shock and silence to start cursing at Lisa while booing at the top of their voices. What the hell is wrong with his points? Is he cheating? Let us see what he is doing. The rest of the spectators woke up from their stupor and started either doubting the legitimacy of Felix's points or yelling for Lisa to swiftly put Felix on the screen. They needed to know what's going on for the sake of their idols. 31K? Hell, they knew that it was impossible for their idols to catch up even if Felix stopped fishing at once. Such a massive lead wasn't supposed to be in the game. Not delaying even a split second, Lisa hastily looked at Felix's small screen and saw him chilling while watching the turtle feed off his spoils. This time she didn't ignore it but displayed him on the big screen anyway. After doing so, she straightway started watching Felix's replay from the moment he landed on the shell. The more she watched, the more she felt the need to slap her cheek at missing such a gem while focusing on garbage. Such a fatal mistake for a veteran like her was going to hurt her for a long time. Replay. 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 Upon seeing that the viewers were losing their patience, Lisa didn't hesitate to play back everything that happened in Felix's stream. She wasn't worried about them booing at her since she was showing their idols on the big screen before. The ones mad at her had already booed her and cursed her enough. However, if she did such a mistake in a silver game, she would have been toasted. While the viewers were watching with a dumbstruck expression at Felix's cheating method, the players were the only ones still in the dark. Since they were the ones affected most by the despairing gap in points, their reaction was even more emotional than the viewers. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number _5239285657638242 for visiting. Some of them started cursing Felix's luck, believing that he had fished only legendary and epic fish while they were catching this garbage common fish. Meanwhile, the calmest of the bunch assumed that it was doing of an ability. They didn't know what it was, but it was highly likely. Since the game was still at the beginning, no one assumed that Felix had allies who were fishing for him. No matter what theory they came up with, the fact that it was impossible to catch up was an inescapable reality that they had to accept no matter what. Not one of them anticipated that the game would derail from its script in the first hour, ruining all of their plans to gain victory. Boom! Just as they were losing hope on how to salvage the situation without affecting their fishing points, an abrupt announcement accompanied by fireworks resounded high in the sky for all to see. Miss Misaka had utilized World Announcement Coupon. Please gather on me the moment your turtle finish eating. We need to discuss a solution against landlord. P.S. You have 20 minutes to reach my turtle. Everyone lifted their heads to gaze at the announcement. Some were clearly anticipating the gathering while some shook their heads and didn't bother with it. They understood that Miss Misaka was seeking a mega alliance to hunt down Felix first and foremost. If he died, the game would reset, allowing a second chance to end up as the winner. However, they had no intentions of being in a mega alliance, as they either had bad experiences in them or they believed that it was better to focus on surviving first and foremost than staking everything to win. Thus, Miss Mikasa did rally some crowd, but not every player in the game. But the number of players interested were still frightful and could *ck Felix up the moment he ended in their hands. Chapter 330, Arrival of New Threat. Damn, didn't think that Mikasa was willing to part with a coupon for me. Felix mused while eyeing the announcement that was drifting into colorful particles. He always believed that most players were going to start moving from their places immediately after their turtles finished eating. After all, it might be 30 minutes of feeding, but it didn't mean that the turtle was going to be eating in all of it. Heck, based on his turtle's speed in gulping fish after fish, Felix didn't doubt for a second that it would take them utmost 5 minutes for their turtles to finish eating. This meant, 25 minutes were free to roam in the map to hunt for players and steal their feeding buckets if they were still full. Whether they were hunting him alone or as a mega alliance, Felix had already planned countermeasures to avoid getting caught by them, and that was feeding the turtle until its shell had reached red color. He believed that the top 10 players would be able to reach this color with all the fish they had. This meant, his turtle wouldn't attract much attention from afar, unlike if he let it eat everything that he fished. But still, he didn't let down his guard and started immediately calculating if it was safe for him in those next 30 minutes of feeding or not. 2 minutes had gone by since the second stage had started. It's fair to assume that the maximum period of eating for their turtles to be just 6 minutes or less. He paused and glanced at the place where the announcement had gone off. If they moved north towards the announcement, it would take the furthest to reach it about 10 minutes, while the nearest just 2 minutes or less. Since Mikasa is giving them 20 minutes at max, this left them with only 10 minutes before the start of the survival stage. He scratched his chin and carried on pondering. The moment the gathering starts, they will waste at least a minute or two to discuss and then another 2 to sign a contract. This leaves them with only 5 minutes to hunt me down in the face. Naturally, Felix knew that was not enough to even reach half the distance separating him and Mikasa. In other words, Felix didn't have to move from his place or worry about the alliance in this phase. At most, he would end up meeting with random players or those heading towards Miss Misaka's position. Ti ring. Congratulations! The toughness of the rainbow shell had increased by 10%, plop. The distance between them and Felix was still almost half a kilometer, and they preferred going hidden right now before they get nearer and expose themselves to Felix. Unfortunately for them, they appeared as clear as crystal in Felix's enhanced eyesight, which was getting better and better the stronger he got. All of his primogenitor abilities were limited just to his body, and the stronger he got the more he would be able to bring out their potential. Drunken cat and blue whale, Felix scratched his cheek lazily while watching them going off the radar. They left behind them the turtles, which were still moving towards him. Asuna, what's their abilities and bloodlines? Felix requested. The B*TCHY girl is using Epic Tier 3 bloodline, the Bleak Night Cat. She can enter stealth, and her most famous ability is emerging from the shadows of her foes and slit their throats. Asuna gave him a quick summary while chewing on a mouthful of popcorn. She didn't mind helping him out since she wanted to participate in the games to have some fun as well. Plus, Felix had requested her to memorize every player's abilities and bloodline, which wasn't really hard for her. In comparison, Felix would have forgotten 90% of them with his trashy memory. He never asked her to do this in his previous games since he always scouted 10 players or lower. As for the rest, he never deemed them as a threat to him. But, it was different in gold games. Everyone had at minimum epic bloodlines and experience almost equal to him. So, Felix didn't plan on underestimating any one of them. The fish head could hypnotize marine life forms and make them do his bids. His bloodline is Sonoric Brainwasher Dolphin. She added. Oh. That's quite bad. Felix's lazy expression was no more as he understood that his rainbow turtle could be controlled by blue whale. If that happened, he would 100% get thrown in the water. Although he could breathe without problems, he could never contest against blue whale underwater with his poison and sand element abilities. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _52409382822004796 for visiting. Even if he reached the seabed where the sand was plenty, his abilities would be affected heavily since water wouldn't let them stay gather as a single shape. He needs to die before getting closer to my turtle. After making his decision, Felix snapped his finger and created the Eagle Guardian. He ordered him to remain behind the bucket with him for now. After so, he closed his eyes and switched his vision with one of the scouting fish that he left around the shell. Immediately after opening his eyes as a fish, Felix swam rapidly towards blue whale's turtle. Upon getting closer and closer to it, Felix slowed down his speed and started acting like the other fish near him to not appear abnormal. Soon, he noticed that blue whale was swimming rapidly like a merman with his dolphin-like bottom half. His speed was off the chart, making Felix feel extra pressured to kill him. It's going to be quite hard to hit him like the jellyfish. Felix knew that there was a high chance of him dodging the spear after sensing the incoming danger, even though the spear's speed was almost instantaneous. The moment Felix failed his first attack, he would lose the ambushing advantage. He wanted to avoid that at all cost. Chapter 331, Taking Care of the Threats. Think. Felix's brain was going overload by the many possibilities and combinations he had from his abilities. However, he kept discarding every one of them after finding some faults. 300 meters, 200 meters. The turtles kept getting nearer and nearer to each other. Yet, Felix didn't make any drastic moves as he kept gazing at blue whale from afar. I need to bait him into stopping. In the end, Felix decided on going with a discarded plan since he was short in time to think of the perfect one. 150 or so meters are left. He calculated the distance between blue whale and his turtle one last time before switching back to his real body. Immediately after opening his eyes, he placed a hand on his chest and created a copy of himself. He then ordered it to jump into the water. Thus, under the eyes of Drunken Cat, Felix's copy exited from behind the large bucket and walked to the edge of the shell. Lucky! It's actually landlord. Excited, Drunken Cat sent a message while swiftly sliding down the neck of the turtle. The moment Felix showed himself, there was no point in staying on top of the turtle's head. Already saw him, what the hell? Blue whale exclaimed after seeing Felix's clone jump abruptly headfirst into the water. Doubtful, he switched his vision from the turtle to his real body that was underwater. He couldn't help but feel like his eyes were tricking him as he could see that Felix was trying to catch a luxurious diamond-like fish. Landlord is trying to capture a rare fish with his hands. He sent this message while trying his best to hide behind other fish near him. I can see that he left some black giant to guard the bucket. Drunken Cat reported back while narrowing her slits at the Eagle Guardian that had emerged from behind the bucket as well and stood guard near it. He was frozen in a peculiar position like he was trying to throw the spear in his hand. Before, Drunken Cat couldn't see him since the turtle's head that was deep in the bucket was blocking her vision. Plan. Blue whale asked straight away. I will keep watching. You take care of him underwater. Drunken Cat sent a message solemnly, something is fishy about the situation. He can't be that stupid to jump into the water after noticing our turtles. Plus, that black giant seems like he was going to attack our turtles. Alright, you take care of that golem. Leave landlord to me. Blue whale sent a message with a confident tone, no matter what's his plan, as long as I am in the water, I am invincible in this game. Stop bragging and make a move. Drunken Cat said, who knows, he might be that greedy to jump for a rare fish in this situation and it's not a trap. Upon hearing so, Blue whale stopped thinking about it and started kicking with his morphed back fin, increasing his speed even further. Felix, who was looking at this sight, got a bit tense to succeed in a single attempt. However, he didn't falter as he started his plan by transferring his senses to his clone in the water. After doing so, Felix acted like he was terrified after noticing the incoming blue whale. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number _52415519508191276 for visiting. He started swimming back to the surface while glancing from time to time behind him with an agitated expression. He always let out bubbles from his mouth, making it seem like he was having difficulty holding his breath. Seeing him behave like this, Blue Whale removed all doubts he had about this being bait. He understood if this was bait, Felix shouldn't have reacted excessively like that, as it was too obvious that he was trying to bait him. In his mind, any smart player would have acted a bit subtle and not make it as dramatic as possible not to give themselves away. Idiot, he truly jumped for a fish. Blue Whale glanced at the diamond-like fish that was swimming in circles and thought, maybe it is epic and legendary. After all, fish shouldn't have been able to swim next to the rainbow turtle. Alas, he completely missed the hidden glint in the eyes of that diamond fish. Splosh! Whatever, I will come back for it later. Seeing Felix had reached the surface, Blue Whale removed those distracting thoughts from his mind and pointed his blue palm at Felix's bottom. Whoosh! Hee, sorry for your loss. Blue Whale grinned in ridicule and fired from his palm a bubbly hydro beam of water at Felix's nether region. The hydro beam didn't take even a single millisecond to reach Felix's clone and smash through it like it was made of glass. What the hell? Blue Whale was startled by the sight, as he was expecting a cloud of blood, not brownish particles. Now, Felix, who was watching this from the eyes of the diamond fish, instantly switched his senses to the silent eagle guardian, who was placed in a perfect hurling animation. Felix literally didn't even need to aim or make any time-consuming movements. He tightened his grip and threw the spear exactly through the cloud of sand from his copy. Whoosh! Watch out! Drunken Cat yelled in horrification after seeing the abrupt spear penetrate the water with an unprecedented speed that shook her core. Alas, her warning came a little bit too late, as the moment the spear appeared in the blue whale's vision, it was already 1 inch in front of his chest. Shwaff! The black spear pierced the heart of Blue Whale and exited from the other side, slightly weakened. But it still kept going and going until, thud! It struck a rock and stayed implanted on it, with some drops of blood raising from the pointy eagle beak. In denial and disbelief, Blue Whale placed a hand at the gaping hole where his heart was supposed to be and opened his mouth slightly, trying to speak. Alas, only blood managed to leave through his parted lips. Blue Whale, are you fine? Blue Whale, send a message already. The last words heard in Blue Whale's mind were from the Queen's monotonous voice, appearing like she was caring for him. But in reality, the moment he was deemed dead a split second later, she didn't hesitate to explode his consciousness to oblivion, killing him straight away in real life. She was the Queen, the judge, the assistant, the leader, and lastly, the Grim Reaper. One down, another to go. Felix switched back to his real body when he noticed that his ambush had ended up being successful. Then, he walked in the open with hands in his hoodie's pockets. He merely kept standing in front of the Eagle Guardian while inspecting the rainbow turtle in front of him. No matter how hard he looked, there was no sign of Drunken Cat. If he had his infrared vision, he wouldn't be having difficulty locating her while she was invisible. Alas, this was the human bloodline system. You can't have it all. While Felix was glancing everywhere with a lax attitude, Drunken Cat was actually gazing at him from behind. She had already used her peak ability to emerge from the bucket's shadow after not hearing a response from her ally. She knew that he was either dead or unconscious, but she didn't care much, as they were merely 10 minutes partners. Heck, she was glad that he was taken down while helping her expose the strength of the Eagle Guardian and Felix's hidden ability. She had already figured out that Felix had used a sand copy after seeing brownish particles from earlier. Upon noticing that no one else was on the shell besides Felix and the Eagle Guardian, she believed that he was the real version. However, she was still doubtful since there was still the inside of the shell. That's the only reason she was still standing here instead of emerging from Felix's shadow and slitting his throat. She didn't want to ambush him to end up killing a clone while the real him was hidden inside the shell. She knew that she had only one strike. If she succeeded, this turtle would belong to her, and if she failed, she could only retreat, as there was no way in hell she would dare to fight against the Eagle Guardian after seeing that spear hurl. Damn, if only there was a shadow near the shell's entrance. Drunken Cat glanced at the center of the shell in annoyance before focusing on Felix's back again. She could clearly see that he was standing in the perfect position to make a swift assassination. There was no barrier or shield. Just emerge, slit his throat and submerge back in the shadow in a split second. Drunken Cat had already done this type of assassination until she got infamous just because of it. Yet, she still didn't make a rush judgment, as patience was a must for assassins. Guess it was just him. Felix murmured while yawning lazily. The instant Felix spoke, Drunken Cat's thoughts about waiting for the perfect opportunity evaporate into thin air, as she knew that copies or clones couldn't speak. Hee, that's it, keep lowering your guard. Drunken Cat's eyes gleamed behind the shadow at the sight of Felix slowly but surely lowering down his guard. The instant she saw that he was facing the front, she didn't hesitate anymore to activate her ability Shadow Teleportation, which allows her to teleport to nearby shadows in 100 meters area. Whoosh! The process was almost instantaneous, as she had emerged wholly from behind Felix while holding into a dark dagger that was emitting black fog. Alas, just she entered animation to slit Felix's throat from behind. The black sand of the Eagle Guardian instantly propelled itself towards Felix and created half a sphere that separated both of them. What the? Before she could even blink her eyes at the emergence of the sudden black wall, her hand passed through it with some difficulty, but still aiming at Felix's throat. Alas, one word from Felix had made her attempt obsolete and her fate sealed. Harden. Chapter 332, Taking Advantage of All the Available Resources. The black wall abruptly hardened like a brick, freezing Drunken Cat's arm within it. F***CK. Submerge. Scared shitless, Drunken Cat hastily decided for an early retreat. Unfortunately, there was no way Felix was going to let her go after locking into her. This time, he didn't even need to switch his sense to the Eagle Guardian, as one order by him was more than enough to bring down his spear from above in a fierce manner. No! Wait, I can pay! Drunken Cat screamed with a horrified expression at the sight of the approaching black spear. She knew that it was too late to escape. The only chance she had was by severing her arm and submerging in the shadow. Too bad, the spear had already reached her face and Felix still didn't stop it. By now, she realized that her life was doomed and her memories coursed on her mind in a split second before her brain exploded by the spear. Sploosh! Blood and brain matter were projected everywhere, tainting the shell's surface but not painting red since its color was already bloodish red. This time, Felix remained clean as the black hardened wall was covering him. Upon hearing the notification of gaining an extra 400 GP, Felix relaxed his vigilance as he knew that Drunken Cat was truly dead. Felix understood that few players had weird abilities that could fool one into believing that he got killed, but in reality, he could pop up any moment and turn the battle around. Those abilities were more prevalent in Tier 3 bloodlines plus. Thus, it was always better to relax one's guard only when the game points get awarded. If it wasn't for so, Felix would have given her a chance to pay for her life as he did with Rosanna. But, he didn't want to risk it since he knew that Rosanna's element and bloodline made it easy to put her under control, unlike Drunken Cat. Her element and abilities were too slick and could easily escape if given even a second. Hence, Felix had to strike as fast as possible. 400 GP was always better than nothing. 800 GP from 2 eliminations. Felix sighed in dejection. If only it was like this the bronze and silver games, I would have made a killing in my previous games. Naturally, gold players were even tougher to kill than newcomers. Thus the rewarded game points doubled to tempt the bloodliners into committing to kill after each fight. However, in the viewer's eyes, those kills didn't even seem that hard as both of them had been taken by merely 2 strikes. There were no back and forth fights, no elemental salvos. Just 2 black spears. The real battle had been taken on a mental and strategic level unbeknownst to the viewers. Lisa was having trouble commentating on those 2 scenes as the VIP viewers didn't even know Felix's abilities, don't even mention her. Especially when the black sand moved on its own to guard Felix against such a certain deadly assassination. However, since this was the first time it was used, no one knew if Felix had seen Drunken Cat with his infrared vision and anticipated her attack, then countered by controlling the sand to block her. They needed to see more of his fights to get the bigger picture of his sand abilities, as currently they were getting quite overwhelmed by their uniqueness and abnormal strength. While Felix's fans were cheering at the top of their voices at the neat conclusion at those 2 battles, Lisa and the rest of the viewers were left in confusion at the sight of Felix suddenly jumping into the water. What is he up to now? They wondered to themselves. Lisa made sure to zoom the camera into the water and display that Felix was swimming as fast as possible to the bottom of the sea. His target? Blue Whale's corpse. After he reached it, Felix caught Blue Whale's corpse by his jacket and dragged him upward with him in a rushed manner. Sploosh! The moment he reached the surface, Felix threw the corpse into the shell and followed right after it. Then, he placed his hand on the corpse's shoulder and activated his ability Perfect Sand Copy. Immediately after, sand started to emerge Felix's other palm while Blue Whale's corpse was breaking into light particles, marking the end of 30 seconds. Off, that was close. Felix sighed in relief after seeing that Blue Whale's clone had been fully created before his original body disappeared. Oh! That's what he was trying to do. Lisa exclaimed in shock and awe after peering into the many possibilities of using Blue Whale's clone. She wasn't stupid in the slightest, and neither were the VIP viewers. Thus, they knew that having this clone was a game changer. They didn't expect that Felix was sharp enough to plan that far ahead. In their eyes, he either was already aiming for the players' corpses to copy before the game even began, or he believed that he was capable of killing both Blue Whale and Drunken Cat in under 30 seconds to have enough time to copy their corpses. Whatever it was, they reveled in his intelligence to take advantage of every possible resource. Why didn't he copy Drunken Cat as well? Princess Bird abruptly asked her father after seeing that Drunken Cat's corpse had disappeared a couple of seconds later. Smack! Alas, she shouldn't have asked such a retarded question, as she had only earned a slap at the back of her head. The Maganda chief glared in displeasure at his daughter, who seemed like she was getting dumber by the second, and answered, why would he copy her corpse when her head was utterly blown up? Seeing that his daughter was rubbing her head with a wronged expression instead of responding, he asked, do you even know the purpose of Blue Whale's clone? Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number $._52433395430518198 for visiting. Fool others. The chief's eyebrows twitched and threatened with his knuckles. Even a 3-year-old kid can guess that. Be more specific. How would I know the thoughts of that cheating bastard? She complained while running to the back of the room, not daring to stay next her father. Then watch. The chief sighed in disappointment. Hopefully, you learn something useful. Who wants to learn from him? Princess Bird mumbled to herself while watching Felix jump off his turtle into Drunken Cat's turtle. As for Blue Whale's copy, it was already ordered to stay inside the shell, hidden from public view. Felix swiftly went to the entrance to Drunken Cat's shell and went inside. After locating the fishing materials, Felix threw them outside of the shell and didn't go after them. Instead, he placed his hand on his chest and manifested a copy of himself. Stay here for now. He ordered it and went outside of the shell. He swiftly carried the boat and the rest of the materials to his own turtle. After placing them inside his turtle's shell next to Blue Whale's clone cleaning his ear lazily, Felix jumped outside and repeated the same process with Blue Whale's turtle. He then stayed on his turtle shell and ordered in his mind for the two turtles to head into different directions but circle around him in 10 kilometers radius. The viewers didn't see anything weird about what he did since it was common sense to loot extra fishing materials and send the useless turtles away as they would merely bring more attention to him. However, they didn't know what the purpose of leaving clones inside their shells was. Is he planning to fool others with them? Lisa questioned in confusion and added, I doubt that his copies would continue to exist after leaving a certain range around him, right? Lisa's take on the matter was being shared by everyone, even VIP viewers. They knew that every ability had some range. It could be just 2 meters or 1 kilometer. But there was always a range. The furthest range ever recorded by a legendary Tier 7 ability was 15 kilometers. They doubted that Felix had even 20% of that. Thus, Felix's attempt to fool others wouldn't really work unless those turtle kept swimming around him or something like that. Seeing Felix had returned to his chilling position, everyone dropped the matter and decided to wait and see what he had in mind later. He always seems planning, and they were starting to have difficulty keeping up with him. So far, all of his decisions were quite peculiar and seemed like they didn't serve any purpose. But his true fans knew that Felix never did anything without a purpose. It seems like Miss Mikasa had received the first arrivals on her turtle. Lisa commented after glancing at Mikasa's screen and noticing that more than 18 turtles had parked next to her turtle. Seeing that Felix had opened a VR store and started browsing for clothes, Lisa tilted her head in confusion, wanting to know what he was aiming at. But, she still swiped her finger at Mikasa's small screen and placed it on the big screen. The meeting was more important than seeing Felix choosing new clothes. Let's watch how the talk is going to end up. Lisa clapped her hands and wished cutely, hopefully, they end up in a dramatic fight. Too bad for her, the players who gathered around Mikasa didn't show any signs of aggression or trouble. They kept waiting silently for the rest to gather. Miss Mikasa had already informed them that the discussion would start at the last 10 minutes of the feeding stage. That was the perfect period since they would have more than enough time to talk before starting the third stage. Before long, Mikasa's turtle was packed with more than 31 players, all standing separately. Some were standing as twos or even threes, but the majority were still solo. Most of those solo players were either part of the top 10 in the fishing points list like Golden Elixir and Surreal Fog, or part of the top 20. Mikasa's announcement truly moved tigers and dragons to take extreme measures against Felix and restart the game after getting rid of him. Time's up, Miss Mikasa said calmly after glancing at her bracelet. Upon hearing so, the players all walked towards her and started gathering in a wide circle. But they still kept their distance from each other and also their guards up. I assume that any of you who came here had no intentions of not joining the alliance. So, Miss Mikasa pressed on her bracelet and displayed a standard contract that was modified slightly for this game. You have 2 minutes to read it, sign it, then we talk. Immediately after, each player requested the Queen if the contract was truly standard and highlighted only the modified terms. For a standard contract, those players had basically memorized it already due to the many times they were exposed to it in the games. Hence, those 2 requests were all they needed. After receiving a positive response, the players read with their eyes the 4 modified terms. Upon noticing that everything was loophole-free, they signed it and sent it back to Katarina. Before long, everyone had officially joined the Mega Alliance and were bound by its rules. All right, you can let down your guards now. Miss Mikasa pointed at the entrance of her turtle and said, let's carry on our discussion inside so we wouldn't be interrupted by the incoming oceanic beast wave. How about we use Golden Elixir's turtle? Its shell color is almost green after all. A man with wooden sticks attached to his entire body suggested with a deep voice. I don't mind. Miss Mikasa shrugged her shoulders and asked, but you should ask his permission first. After saying so, everyone turned their heads to Golden Elixir, who had his arms crossed above his golden tattooed chest. They didn't even need to ask him as he nodded his head slightly in agreement. All right, Let's move. Miss Mikasa unsheathed her katana and placed it underneath her feet. Then, she stood on it and ordered the katana to fly forward with her mental energy since it was made from an active ability. Golden Elixir's turtle was pretty easy to notice since it was the only one with a different color. The rest were either dark yellow or at a best bright red. Behind Miss Mikasa, the players were either using their solid-like abilities to fly on them like she was doing or simply jumping from one shell to another. In a short while, inside Golden Elixir's turtle shell, the players were either sitting on the glass-like floor or leaning on the transparent walls. Miss Mikasa took it upon herself to be the ringleader and stood in the middle. It wasn't like the others felt that she deserved it or she was stronger than them. They just didn't want to be doing such a bothersome task that had no benefits. Let us begin the meeting to take down Landlord. Mikasa smiled faintly and said, let's give him a warm welcoming to the gold rank. Chapter 333, The First Bestial Wave. Each player had a different reaction to her claim. Some chuckled in a miss.e.m.e.nt while others just shook their heads in disapproval. They could see that Mikasa and the rest were still underestimating Felix even though he clearly destroyed them in the fishing contest. It should be obvious by now that looking down on him would bore no good results. But they didn't say anything to advise them. They were merely temporary allies and didn't mind if someone ended up getting killed by Felix to lower the players' number even further. Surreal Fog, do you have any suggestions to catch Landlord? Miss Mikasa requested while eyeing a man who was wearing a foggy scarf, hiding half of his face. Surreal Fog opened his pupil-less grey eyes and looked at Miss Mikasa. He stayed silent for a second before proposing with a peculiar irritating voice, we need to split up into a fishing crew and a hunting crew. The fishing crew will have only 3 fishers responsible for feeding one turtle and raising its toughness as much as possible. That turtle will remain stationary and be considered as everyone's retreating base in case we didn't find Landlord before the final bestial wave. He paused for a second to catch his breath and carried on, meanwhile, the hunting crew will not be fishing nor feeding their turtles. Immediately after he said so, most players' expressions changed to the worst as they realized where he was aiming with his plan before he could even finish it. They didn't like the sound of it one bit. However, no one interrupted Surreal Fog, leaving him to finish his piece first. They will be responsible for locating Landlord and sending the coordination first and foremost. We will attack only after we make sure that his turtle got surrounded. After saying so, Surreal Fog coughed and closed his eyes again, not interested in explaining every detail of his plan. They were smart lads to get it. I don't think that the plan is faulty but... Golden Elixir said with his eyebrows frowned, who will be the fisher and who will be the hunter? The players' ears perked up after this issue was finally brought out. They didn't like Surreal Fog's plan simply because it wasn't fair to everyone. After all, the fishers would have it easy by remaining behind while traveling to locate Felix. The worst thing, the fishers would be getting fishing points, pushing them higher and higher in the ranks. Well, as long as Felix wasn't dead, it wouldn't matter much if they had collected 20 KFP. However, the moment the hunters end up killing Felix, those fishers would break apart from the Alliance contract's constraints while having the most fishing points. To add salt into injury, they might steal the fortified turtle. If that happened, all the hunters would end up dying after their weak turtle shell gets broken apart by the second oceanic bestial wave. So, there was a massive disparity between being the fisher and the hunter. No one would dare accept being a hunter since it would actually be far worse than just carrying on playing the game on their own. They might not win but at least they could survive and obtain some game points. So what's their next move now? Lisa wondered what's on everyone's mind as they watched the atmosphere of the meeting getting tensed. Each player had an idea or two on how to better the plan but they kept hold of them until they see what other propose first. They merely kept glancing at each other, waiting for suggestions to come. Upon seeing their passiveness, Mikasa knitted her eyebrows and took the lead by mentioning, first, I suggest the fishers be picked randomly by the Queen. Second, the fishers would have to sign another contract as double insurance. The players took a couple of seconds to think deeply about their choice. Although they had signed a contract, they could still quit now and back off. However, the moment the plan commences, they would be forced to commit to it whether they liked it or not. In the end, only a couple of players decided to give up on the alliance due to the riskiness of the plan while the majority remained in the shell. It wasn't out of rashness or recklessness, but it was due to personal matters that needed them to secure the win no matter what. Some of them might already have 4 losses in a row and they couldn't afford to lose the 5th one, as they would be forced to drop in silver rank. Worst of all, they would be competing against players who dropped as well instead of silver plebs. There was nothing worse than that, as the prize pool would be shitty, the wish would be way too limited, and finally, they would compete against desperate players who wanted to climb back to gold again. So dropping rank was only worse than getting kicked out of the platform once and for all. This was just one reason, as the rest had their own matters to consider as well. Hence, they could only nod their heads in agreement at Mikasa's suggestion. Good, let's get this over with. Mikasa said out loud, Queen, please choose 3 random names from the alliance. Everyone held their breaths in worry and longing at being part of the 3 names. Thankfully, the Queen didn't have tendencies to build suspense by delaying the announcement. Witty soul, fiddlesticks, and viral virus, she said. The 3 players all tightened their fists in excitement. However, their faces were as stoic as the rest. They didn't show a single ounce of delight as they raised their hands, letting everyone know who got picked. Naturally, the rest were dissatisfied and irked by not being picked, but none of them made a scene as time was gold and didn't have much of it. Alright, let's begin. PLA. Peeb. 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 Abruptly, the players' bracelets started vibrating while making a harmonized alarm. Immediately after hearing it, everyone lifted their heads and glanced at the glass windows around them. Some approached them and some decided to move to the center of the shell. While they were focused on the outside of the shell, no one noticed that the entrance had been closed and that the turtle had withdrawn its limbs and head. The openings were sealed instantly, making it resemble from afar a green rock floating on the ocean. All of those were signs of the incoming predator of this game, the oceanic bestial wave. Peeb. After 10 seconds, the last alarm went off and silence had engulfed the area. No one spoke or even breathed out loud as they kept observing the peaceful underwater, expecting the bestial wave to be here any moment now. However, they weren't that nervous, since Golden Elixir's turtle had the best shell beside Felix's. So, they didn't doubt that it would not survive the onslaught of the bestial wave. Alas, those thoughts were completely uprooted from their minds after seeing thousands of marine beasts drawing nearer and nearer to their shell from every direction besides upward. Is it just me, or the bestial wave numbers are more than 2,000? Golden Elixir staggered a step back away from the glass shell as the sight was too daunting and overwhelming even to him. The players all backed off from the glass walls and gathered in the center of the shell while looking and agitating at the fierce-looking beasts. Oh no! It's 2,000 beasts for each turtle. Miss Mikasa's countenance turned black instantly after remembering that all of their turtles were currently gathered in one place. Scared shitless, the players gulped a mouthful after hearing so, as they had completely forgotten to move their turtles away from each other. The limited time wasn't helping much, making them place their entire focus on the alliance and the plan. No need to panic. Surreal Fog said calmly, those beasts must be programmed to attack only their target. Otherwise, it wouldn't fair when a turtle gets assaulted by double the numbers than another one. The player felt a bit comforted by those words. But the bestial wave was still as horrifying as ever. Too bad, in the survival stage they were powerless to do anything. Brace yourselves! Golden Elixir shouted one last time before the bestial wave wholly engulfed the shell. Thud thud! Boom! One beast was smashing the glass after the other. Some had their bodies turned into a paste during the collision, while some were using their claws, teeth, and every other body part to break into the shell. Since the bestial wave had surpassed almost 50,000 beasts, the shell was left in darkness as the light particles couldn't make it reach inside. Thud thud. This made the players even more stressed and frightened since they couldn't see anything but their ears were picking up the glass's sound getting struck fiercely over and over again. Some players decided to close their ears at once after not being able to take it anymore. Meanwhile, those with vision abilities almost pissed their pants at the sight of the glass getting scratched and even somewhat cracked. They didn't dare to imagine what was happening to their turtles' shells currently when the toughest one was getting cracked. While they were in the dark, Lisa switched between the inside of their shell and then showcased the bestial wave from above. The image would leave anyone with nightmares as at least 2 square kilometers had been fully turned dark due to the massive numbers of marine beasts. Heck, the turtles weren't even being seen anymore as they were buried deep within the wave. That's what you get for aiming at my lord. Die. Haha. They will lose all of their turtles. Felix's fans kept clamoring in excitement and delight at the misery of the Alliance. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _52437561011924776 for visiting. Some of them even wanted for all their turtles to get killed by the wave, so their hunting attempts would fail before even starting. Let's see how Landlord is faring against his own bestial wave. Lisa said while simultaneously swiping her finger at Felix's small screen. The moment it was placed on the big screen, everyone was left at loss for words at the view before them. Felix lying on the ground with his hand supporting his head. His eyes were fully closed, appearing like he was asleep. Meanwhile, the glass around him was constantly under attack by the beasts. Yet, he didn't even flinch. Well, how could his body flinch when he was currently sitting at a table with Isna and the J. Ramungandra playing Go Fish? Seeing his lax attitude, Lisa zoomed out on his turtle and made the beasts transparent on the screen. Instantly, dark red color greeted Lisa's eyes, making her eyelids twitch. With the amount of fish he had, this prick can chill throughout both the stages without trouble. She swiftly returned to the Alliance and kept the camera on them since it was more entertaining to watch them tremble in the dark than watching Felix sleeping for 30 minutes straight. That's exactly how those 30 minutes went by. The players were given barely a small window to discuss about Felix at the last minutes of the survival stage due to the stressful situation they were in. Thankfully, the oceanic bestial wave withdrew back into the ocean's depth without causing major damages to Golden Elixir's turtle shell. But seeing those multiple scratch marks, they had a bad feeling about the rest of their turtle shells. Chapter 334, Getting Bamboozled. After the beasts had left, the entrance of the shell automatically opened up for everyone. The Alliance players swiftly jumped upward and straightway started turning their heads, checking on the turtles' conditions. Shit! We lost more than half. The players' faces turned black instantly after seeing that more than 15 turtles had disappeared from the face of the ocean. This left them with only 15 turtles which were grouped up together in the center. It seemed like the turtles on the outside received the full brunt of the wave even when they weren't their targets. After all, they were blocking the way for the beasts to reach their targets. Sigh, this is going to make it less efficient to locate Landlord. Miss. Mikasa said with a gloomy tone. No need to bring down the mood. Golden Elixir clapped his hands twice to attract their attention and said, 2 hunters will share 1 turtle. This might not be as good as using 1 turtle each to locate Landlord, but it was also much safer and secure. He shrugged his shoulder. I know that most of you will underestimate him and decide to fight him alone after sending the coordination. The players didn't show much of a reaction at hearing so since he was completely right. If they saw an opportunity to kill Felix without the need for others, they wouldn't hesitate to take it. The contract merely banned them from hiding coordination. It didn't say anything about fighting Felix as one or all. If they could obtain his turtle, they would do so in a heartbeat, especially when they had seen the terror of the oceanic bestial wave. Let's begin by splitting the teams. Miss Mikasa pointed at her turtle and asked, who will be partnering up with me? Only Surreal Fog and Golden Elixir dared to raise their hands. The rest preferred partnering up with someone weaker than them so they could always overpower them when Felix's situation gets solved. Knowing what was on their minds, Miss Mikasa pointed at Golden Elixir while saying loudly, "To not delay time, we will let the Queen decide on the partners as well." No one voiced their complaints about the notion. Thus, the Queen created 14 teams or so randomly, and they were split on each of the leftover turtles. Even Golden Elixir had left his turtle behind and joined Miss Mikasa since it was decided that his turtle would serve as their base. This meant the 3 fishers would be left behind with 2 more players to guard them. After seeing that the turtles were finally on the move, Lisa swiftly focused the camera on Felix, who was chilling inside his turtle's shell while Blue Whale's clones were preparing to start fishing. Felix had already copied 12 Blue Whale clones and bought them new clothes since Blue Whale's corpse had a hole in its chest. Since his ability copies everything the same, he had to buy the same clothes to hide that hole. Besides the nasty personality those clones had, no one would notice anything weird about Blue Whale's clones since they 100% resembled him. This was just 20% of Felix's plan that would allow him to continue fishing without even bothering to move from his position. Another 20% was the multiple scouting fish that Felix made them swim until they reach his perfect sand copy range. His range was massive, alright, as his copies could reach up to 20 kilometers away from him. This would allow him to feel and connect his senses with his copies that were inside a 20 kilometers radius from him. Since the turtles were humongous, they wouldn't be that hard to notice if they were heading in one of those fish's paths. Felix only needed to know that they were coming beforehand, and he could easily order Blue Whale's clones to either paddle out of sight or destroy them by thought. Just like this, he had successfully turned his turtle into one that belonged to Blue Whale while continuing to use his cheating method of fishing. Do you understand now why Blue Whale's corpse was a big deal? The Maganda chief asked while looking at his stunned daughter. Princess Bird nodded her head in a daze and kept watching those Blue Whale's clones ride on boats and row in different directions. However, they didn't go beyond 200 meters from the turtles, so they could always return in a jiffy. While they were getting busy either capturing fish or lazing around on the boat, Felix was switching between the scouting fish's vision every 10 seconds. So far, the coast was clear and he was hoping that no one appears so and disturbs his fishing session. Too bad, by the time 7 minutes passed by, Felix had ended up spotting 2 turtles approaching him. Both of them were coming from the south but quite distant from each other. It's quite soon, but it's better to use one now to avoid getting interrupted constantly. Felix thought to himself while switching his senses to one of his real clones that were sent away each with a turtle. Naturally, those 2 turtles had survived the first bestial wave since their shells belonged to players who were at the top 20 of the ranking list. Felix had already ordered them to carry on moving in a wide circle at the ends of his perfect sand copy range. Noticing that the clone he picked was the closest to those 2 turtles, he quickly ordered the turtle to move in their direction. While his senses were still in his clone, Felix jumped outside of the shell and sprinted on the turtle's neck. He then stood on top of its head and placed hands in his pockets. After getting in this posture, he ordered his copy to stay like this and switched back to his original body. Landlord is quite unlucky. Lisa abruptly commented while swiping her finger at a small screen, giving it some space in the big screen. What she had shown were actually the 2 turtles that Felix had spotted earlier than her. The viewers could see the direction they were heading to, and they didn't know if Felix's plan of using Blue Whale's clone was going to fool them or not. Hey? Why did they suddenly change their direction? Baffled, Lisa commentated while zooming in on the 2 turtles which were now heading east. This left the clones to carry on fishing without any fear. What the hell? I refuse to believe that he is that lucky. Lisa murmured to herself while quickly trying to find the cause of the anomaly. It didn't take her even a second to notice that both turtles were chasing after another one that was 1 kilometer away from them. Bewildered, Lisa zoomed on that turtle and her breaths couldn't help but quicken after noticing a tailed man wearing a black hoodie standing on the head of the turtle. Who could it be besides Felix's clone? How is this possible? Alas, Lisa still didn't dare to believe what her eyes were feeding her as she could see that the distance between the copy and Felix was almost 20 kilometers. Such an unprecedented range was unheard of for even legendary Tier 7 bloodlines. Shocked or not, she still did her job and quenched everyone's curiosity by showing the ongoing chase on the screen. Father? Is that range normal? Perplexed, Princess Bird asked while blinking her eyes. Normal my ass. The chief narrowed his eyes at Felix's clone and said solemnly, I am a legendary peak 6th stage bloodliner and I don't have that range in all of my 12 abilities. Princess Bird didn't know what to say after. If even her father, one of the strongest and influential bloodliners in the Empire, didn't have that range, how could a first stage bloodliner have it? Are you still disinterested in him? She smiled smugly, if only you listened to me before, we could have tried to find him without the rest competing with us. The chief shook his head and said, I am not interested in him but the source behind him. A first stage bloodliner can't create those unique bloodlines on his own. There must be a greater force behind him or at least a reclusive genius geneticist, who didn't want to be found out. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _52456572147791499 for visiting. He paused and eyed Felix's copy, which was escaping from 4 turtles now instead of 2, and said, whatever it was, we need to reach out to him first. While the viewers were paying more attention to the range of Felix's ability, the Alliance members were conversing with each other by using the Queen's messaging system. Although emotions couldn't be delivered, the content made it pretty easy to guess that they felt excited. Haha, to actually get found out right at the start. He is heading east. Someone please try to intercept him. Collide with his turtle if it had to be. I am almost there, carry on chasing. Did you guys notice the color of their shell? Miss Mikasa asked while standing on her katana. She and Golden Elixir were currently rushing towards the latest coordination given to them. It has a natural red color. That's weird. Miss Katana frowned her eyebrows and asked, Golden, do you think that he stopped feeding his turtle after it reached this color? That's highly likely. Golden Elixir nodded his head and said, that's what I would have done to avoid getting noticed so early on. Miss Mikasa nodded her head in understanding as she believed that was indeed a smart move to make. That should explain the color, but it just feels like something is off. Miss Mikasa pondered out loud, why would he stay on top of the turtle's head to expose himself? And why didn't he at least make an effort to change his clothes and hide his tail inside his clothes? Golden Elixir shrugged his shoulders and said, maybe he wanted to get a better vision to scout ahead. As for the clothes, I honestly don't know why he didn't change them. Golden Elixir shook his head, a person can't be smart to foresee that ahead but also dumb to ignore such an obvious loophole. Something is fishy about this chase. Feeling unease, Miss Mikasa started biting her nails and said, I feel like we are being baited into chasing him. Baited or not, we can only know after we caught him. Golden Elixir sneered, who knows? He might be using reverse psychology on us so we can overthink such a simple matter and end up not using all of our forces on chasing him. That's a possibility. Miss Mikasa nodded her head and sent a message to everyone, keep your eyes open for any random turtle you spot, but still focus on chasing Landlord. Okay, will do. After receiving their confirmation, Miss Mikasa stopped thinking about the matter and focused on the chase. The viewers were left in awe at hearing their conversation since only now did they understood Felix's strange decisions previously. He considered everything to mislead even the sharpest and most intelligent player in the Alliance. Miss Mikasa was known for having a high IQ since most of her wins were from puzzle games. Yet, she was being bamboozled just like everyone else. The viewers understood that as long as the players had no idea that Felix was utilizing his clone, they would assume that they were chasing the real thing. After all, no one was in his right mind would consider that Felix was using copies from tens of kilometers. Until now, not even the VIP viewers thought that was possible. A marvelous strategy by landlord. However, how much time is it going to buy him though? Lisa commented while displaying a screen after another, showing that every alliance member was heading towards Felix's clone from every direction. They were tightening the encirclement around him and she knew that before long, his clone would see nothing but turtles around it. What was he going to do about it then? She wondered in her mind. Chapter 335, I will play you to death. In Lisa and the viewer's eyes, it was tough to escape the encirclement even for the real Felix. Don't even mention his copy. He would at most buy 10 or 15 minutes for himself before the ruse gets found out. At that time, every player would be knowledgeable about his copy ability and its mind-blowing range. It wouldn't be easy to fool them again. Felix knew this as well. That's why his senses were in the copy, as he wanted to manually control the turtles so he could prolong the chase as long as possible. So far, he was having an easy time doing so since not everyone had arrived yet. Only 6 turtles were somewhat near him and he was taking them in a wide circle, trying his best to remain inside his ability's range. This chase kept going on like this until Felix noticed that more than 7 turtles approached him from different directions. The moment he saw them, he ordered his turtle to keep traveling in its path, then he switched his senses to Blue Whale's clone that was left on top of his turtle shell. Felix did a quick sweep and frowned his eyebrows after noticing that a turtle was approaching him fast. It seemed like it wasn't really aiming at his turtle, but he was on its way to reach his real clone. Naturally, that was bound to happen since his main turtle was situated in the center. A bit pained, Felix swiftly destroyed 2 Blue Whale's clones and their boats since they were on the way of that approaching turtle. Then, he ordered the rest to hastily stop fishing and paddle away so they wouldn't get found out. Let's see if my preparations will fool them or not. Felix thought to himself while leaning against the feeding bucket. He just kept watching the turtle getting closer and closer until it was merely a couple of hundreds of meters away. He could see that 2 players were standing on top of the turtle's head while glancing downward at him. He narrowed his eyes and focused to check who they were, but Blue Whale's vision was quite basic, making it impossible to see their faces. However, the same couldn't be applied to those 2 players as everything appeared as clear as a crystal in their eyes. Is that Blue Whale? A double-horned buff man guessed intelligently. It seems like he was left to guard the bucket while his ally went fishing. Should we take advantage of his ally absence and steal his turtle? His partner, who appeared like a gazelle with his long neck, clarified, it has a dark red color which is better than ours. It's just a waste of time and energy. The horned man shook his head and said, yellow or red, none of them will be enough to defend against the next oceanic wave. Let's kill Landlord as fast as possible and return to the BA. Landlord had abruptly turned south. Anyone in that direction makes sure to intercept him. South. The players glanced at each other and suddenly cursed at the same time, F***CK. That's us. The horned man swiftly ordered his turtle to go around Felix's turtle and speed in that direction. Upon seeing so, Felix chuckled in his mind while switching back to his copy being chased. The moment he opened his eyes, he ordered the turtle to return to its original course. The copy obviously didn't change paths on its own, but it was due to Felix voicing the order to push those players into focusing on their priorities. The entire alliance priority was killing Felix, not stealing or bothering with the rest of the players. He understood that coordinations were swapped every second in the messaging system based on his previous life experience. If he made any drastic move with his clone, those 2 would hear it and respond to it properly. Those mind games weren't noticeable by anyone but Felix and the tenets in his mind. Lisa and the rest of the viewers could only believe that luck worked alongside Felix in this game. All of this due to their ignorance of his passive ability and senses sharing. When they were ignorant, how could the players figure out that they were being played always to chase the copy and ignore the real deal even when they look right into his turtle? Oh, more are arriving. Immediately after Felix swapped to his clone, he was met with the sight of 6 more additional turtles approaching him from the front and blocking his path. This time, he truly was cornered, as no matter which direction he chose, there were always 2 turtles drawing nearer to him. The encirclement has finally completed. Lisa shouted in excitement. How would Landlord's clone escape it? Kill it fast and chase the real tumor. F***ck, this is so embarrassing to watch. The viewers couldn't get any more relieved by finally seeing the Alliance surrendering the clone. It was getting more and more embarrassing for them to see their idols getting played by a mere clone. Thank God it was finally over. That's what they believed in, but Felix had a whole different opinion. It's time for the next stage of the plan. He merely grinned while watching his clone getting cornered. Since he knew that his ruse was bound to get found sooner or later, it was only natural that he would be prepared for it. Hee, I will play you to death. He smiled wickedly and decided that shock everyone alike. He actually didn't change paths or even bothered to, as he ordered for his turtle to head straight forward. In front of its path was another turtle which was speeding too. Everyone who saw this sight knew that a collision was bound to happen. Don't you dare chicken out and clear the path for him. Golden Elixir immediately shouted in his mind, sending this message to the 2 players on top of that turtle. Golden Elixir didn't even need to inform them, as those 2 players didn't have the intention of retreating. A collision was quite bad indeed to the turtles, but they would survive it easily. Unlike them, who had more allies to pick them up, Felix was bound to remain in the water after being propelled due to the forceful collision. So, they were fully ready for the collision and just kept ordering their turtle to increase the speed further and further. 1 kilometer, 800 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters. Brace for impact. The player yelled at his partner while clutching the wrinkles of the turtle's head tightly. His partner did the same and lowered his head, not bothering anymore to keep his eyes on Felix. He knew that Felix couldn't change directions at such a close distance, since his turtle would always arrive before that happened. 200 meters, 100 meters. Everyone held their breaths in anticipation and thrill at the scene of the 2 turtles merely a couple of meters between them. The fans who were focusing on Felix saw that he still had his hands in his pockets without intentions of holding into the turtle's wrinkles like the players. He merely kept smirking faintly, appearing like he had already accepted the fate of losing this clone. 50m, 10m, bayam. The turtles reflexively moved their small heads to the side so they wouldn't collide. Alas, the same couldn't be said about their thick necks and shells that had smashed into each other like 2 trucks on a highway. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Felix and the 2 players were propelled from the heads due to the massive momentum, forcing them to fly into the sky. Although it seemed like none of them were hurt by the shockwave, their bodies kept spinning randomly without control, making anyone feel sick just by looking at them. No one was paying attention to the poor rainbow turtles who had their necks slightly bruised by the collision, as their eyes were laid only on 3 projected bodies, which didn't seem like they had yet to reach their peak velocity. Woohoo! They are shooting to the stars. Lisa clapped her hands cutely while zooming the camera on them. She split the screen into 2 since they were thrown in opposite directions. The viewers could see that the 2 players were scared shitless as they kept spinning uncontrollably while Felix's copy was still smirking like all of this was part of his plan. After reaching 100 meters or so in the sky, the projection force had finally started to weaken until it was brought to an abrupt halt. Whoosh whoosh. The moment that happened, all of them began falling into the ocean. Felix swiftly regained control of his body and straightened his pose, making his legs be the first to meet the water. Upon seeing that the water was getting nearer and nearer, Felix grinned faintly and shouted, "Good luck finding me underwater, losers!" Splosh! Immediately after Felix's body submerged underwater, he broke into brown particles and disappeared out of sight. Chapter 336, Switching their target. 2 in 1. The players, who still didn't realize that the copy had disappeared from the face of the ocean, hastily ordered their turtles to head in that direction. Go! Go! He can't stay underwater for too long. Overjoyed, Golden Elixir shouted while pointing his finger at the last spot Felix was seen at. He didn't bother Felix's curse or challenge as he was more than glad by him landing in water. He knew that in his alliance there were at least a couple of players with the water element. They were more than able to dive deep within and seek to find him. Alas, his enthusiasm wasn't being shared by either his fans or the rest of the viewers as they were all left slack-jawed after hearing the copy speak. Not in their wildest dreams would have they considered that copies could speak, as that was beyond what a bloodline ability could do. Yet, after remembering the past mind-blowing traits Felix had been showing, they didn't find it odd anymore. Even Princess Bird's father just kept watching without commenting on it. In his mind, no matter what Felix's bloodline shows in the future, he wouldn't care as his decision to find him was already set in stone. The rest of the VIP viewers displayed almost the same reaction and carried on watching the players search for Felix. Ah! Landlord, you cunning prick! Furious and somewhat awed, Lisa pounded the commentary table with her fist. She was awed by the ingenious plan that would allow him to carry on fishing peacefully while those retards attempt to search the empty waters. But she was furious at the same time since she knew that the game would end without a big fight between the players. If no one could find Felix and kill him, there was no point in killing each other. This implied that the next 1 hour or so would be spent in utter boredom, either watching Felix fishing or those morons trying to look for him underwater. The viewers could see this as well, and they wanted nothing less but to inform their idols about Felix's real coordination. Alas, they could only watch the region, where Felix had dropped, turns into complete mayhem. Some players had jumped down from the turtle's head to look better at the water, while some even decided to scout up close by diving deep underwater. They kept checking every nook and cranny for Felix. Alas, only fish had been found, and in worst cases, some of them even met with a marine beast, almost killing them. He is not here. I searched the entire seabed of this area with my ability, he is not here as well. Not here as well. Golden Elixir's expression was getting nastier each time he heard a negative response from the players down there. Miss Mikasa and even Surreal Fog were starting to exhibit some negative emotions about this peculiar situation. Everyone had seen that Felix had landed right here. So where the F***ck did he go? They questioned in their minds. Shit! Just keep looking! Golden Elixir yelled loudly, we are not leaving here until we find him. Miss Mikasa added another request in everyone's minds, Lu Fang, Misty Blade, Marking Goddess, Mr. Sulphur, please spread into a wider perimeter and start scouting from above. She passed and clarified, Landlord is bound to show himself sooner or later unless he is planning to survive the second bestial wave without a turtle. Alright, I will see what I can do, okay. After receiving positive responses, Miss Mikasa carried on her orders, someone please search the inside of Landlord Turtle's shell. Everyone was doing their part to look for Felix. Even Surreal Fog had released tongue-like fog creatures that could lock down into specific energy in mind. In this case, poison elemental energy. After he used it, those creatures ended up biting into 3 poison elementalists in the area. Too bad, they all turned out to be part of the alliance. Seconds went by, then minutes, the players' expressions were getting ugly, but they still didn't give up. They understood that the moment they accepted their defeat, this game was over for them. What do we do? There is only 1 hour left before the survival stage and we can't remain here forever. Golden Elixir asked with a tingle of agitation. Miss Mikasa rested her chin on her hand, pondering on a new plan to move forward. By now, she was 70% certain that Felix wasn't in the water. She didn't know how he escaped so fast, and she didn't want to waste more time turning the same area repeatedly. I think we should leave 4 players here in case Landlord was still here. As for the rest, we could only restart our search. Miss Mikasa said. The main crew of the Alliance agreed with her plan and decided to move on it fast. Golden Elixir chose to inform the rest while Miss Mikasa chose the 4 players who would remain. Naturally, she gave them only one turtle since they were already short on them. After so, they restarted their search with desperation written all over their faces. They had less than an hour to find Felix, kill him, then turn on each other for the chance to end up as the winner. They didn't know if they could pull it off or not, but they weren't planning on giving up yet. The viewers who watched Felix chilling inside his turtle shell while Blue Whale's clones were fishing for him didn't know how to feel about this game anymore. They saw no hope for their idols to capture Felix, and the fact that none of them had yet to see a single ability by him just made it even worse and actually embarrassing. There were no epic fights, not death or life chases, or even many 1vs1 fights. It was simply a battle of wits and intelligence. Felix had just demonstrated to everyone how to win a game against a mega alliance without dirtying his hands. Another 30 minutes went by, marking the end of the fishing stage and the start of the feeding stage. Throughout the entire duration, Felix hadn't been found yet. Well, an alliance member had passed by his turtle but ignored him after seeing that he was Blue Whale. Felix even got invited to the alliance to help them out. The moment that happened, some fans couldn't handle the embarrassment anymore and just logged out, not bothering to continue watching this farce anymore. Their idols were being played like children, and if they watched more of it, they would start wavering on supporting them. Right now, everyone was watching Felix feeding the turtle with some fish to push its color from red to green. Then, he stopped and pushed the feeding bucket inside the turtle's shell. The feeding stage had just begun, and it was much better to feed everything during the end of it. It seems like Landlord is still as cautious as ever. Lisa sighed in annoyance at the sight. She wanted him to get C.O.C.Ky and make a mistake or something to give the players a chance at getting back in the game. Too bad, that ain't happening soon. Meanwhile, Miss Mikasa, Surreal Fog, Golden Elixir, and the rest of the Alliance's main crew were gathered on one turtle. They were all gazing in silence at the new fishing points ranking list available after the fishing stage had ended. / Rank 1, Unpaid Landlord, FP, 61,500. Rank 2, Sunny Night, FP, 11,500. Rank 3, Disaster Punch, FP, 10,500. Rank 3, Suprema, FP, 9,999. Rank 4, Fiddlesticks, FP, 8,700. Rank 11, The Tranquilizer, FP, 6,800. Rank 15, Fist Over Brain, FP, 4,000//. None of them even glanced at their names that had been outcast from the top 10 as they were focusing only on Felix's score. The more they looked at it, the more they felt like their cheeks were burning from humiliation. That extra 30k FP was a giant slap to them individually and as an alliance. Sigh, I just don't know anymore. Fatigued, Miss Mikasa massaged her temples as she closed her eyes, hiding the hint of dejection in them. She always took pride in her intelligence and patience, which helped her win games or earn the most out of them. But Felix's score had destroyed her pride, as she couldn't know how did Felix carry on fishing while they had actually searched the entire map twice by now. Twice. She didn't know what was going on and what kind of sorcery Felix was relying on. Whatever it was, she was out of ideas to locate him. All of them had a slight hope that Felix was still hiding in the water or still didn't obtain a turtle. They wished for it to be like that, so during the survival stage, he would end up dead. But looking at his score that had increased by a whopping 30k, they were left beyond demoralized. Now what? Golden Elixir removed the cursed list from his face and asked, should we do one last search since Landlord is going to feed his turtle? Forget it. Miss Mikasa smiled bitterly, by now, you should understand that he wouldn't be making such a foolish mistake of feeding his turtle this early. I know, sigh, never mind. Golden Elixir shook his head slightly and stopped mentioning this matter anymore. Silence descended in the area again. At this point, even killing Felix wouldn't matter much, since they would need to kill those above them in the ranking as well. They wasted too much time on Felix, which none of them had considered since they believed that it would be an easy endeavor with their massive numbers. I guess it's game over. Golden Elixir said calmly with his eyes closed. Unwillingly, everyone nodded their heads but Surreal Fog, who didn't seem like he was exhibiting any sign of surrender yet. Surreal Fog. Miss Mikasa? Asked, do you have anything to add? Surreal Fog unsealed his eyes slowly and said only one word softly, Kraken. He closed his eyes again, not having any intention to explain what he meant. The dumbstruck expressions every player had as they looked at him was enough proof that he was understood fully. You want us to slay the Kraken to win the game? Golden Elixir was the first to regain his wits as he yelled, are you f***ing nuts? Most of the players shared the same reaction as him. On the other hand, Miss Mikasa was considering the proposal with an open mind. Although the Kraken has been downgraded to Legendary Tier 3 Bloodline, it is still impossible for a team to kill it. But Miss Mikasa looked at the alliance numbers and thought, 31 peak second stage bloodliners should give us a chance to bombard it all together. Few players somewhat had the same opinion. Upon seeing them reacting like this, Golden Elixir shouted, you can't be f***ing serious. Miss Mikasa broke off her thought process and looked at the agitated Golden Elixir. Why not? 31 bloodliners should give us a decent chance at slaying it. Naturally, there will be some casualties, but remember that slaying the Kraken rewards us more than just a win. She tempted. Upon being reminded that the wish would have its value doubled, Golden Elixir's heart skipped a beat. He swiftly closed his mouth shut and started thinking about the matter deeply, wanting to see if the risk corresponded to the rewards. It didn't take him even a second before seeing that it was worth the shot. Miss Mikasa smirked faintly after seeing that he went silent. She knew that he accepted the proposal just like her. However, he wasn't the hardest to convince but the rest of the alliance members. How about you guys? Miss Mikasa asked the others gathered with them. Some of them instantly shook their heads, implying their rejection at the suggestion, and some were thinking deeply about it. Soon, only 3 players had voiced their agreement. Upon seeing so, Miss Mikasa didn't waste time convincing those rejected as she straightaway worked her way with everyone in the alliance. Together with Golden Elixir and Surreal Fog, they managed to convince 65% of the alliance members in only 5 minutes. That's all it took for the suggestion to be accepted, since the alliance's decisions were based on votes. This meant those who were unwilling to participate were forced to join whether they liked it or not. After all, no one would dare to leave the alliance now, since the only turtle with adequate toughness to survive the upcoming bestial wave was belonging to the alliance. If they dared to ditch the alliance right after the wave ends, the rest wouldn't hesitate to collapse on them immediately to vent their suppressed anger at not finding Felix. Let's head back to the base. Golden Elixir said while glancing at the time. We need to group up right now to plan for the upcoming battle before the Kraken location gets transmitted. As Lisa had mentioned in the game hall, the Kraken wasn't going to appear suddenly underneath the players and start massacring them. After all, it wasn't a fair death, since it was impossible to deal with the Kraken solo. That's why its coordination would be transmitted for those interested in risking it to hunt it down for the win and the bonus rewards. No one was forced to fight it, and the game was going to end 10 minutes after its appearance, regardless if it was slain or not. I think it's better if we could include other players in the raid to increase our chances further. Miss Mikasa abruptly suggested, with her eyes brightened after remembering latest despairing lead Felix had on everyone. For them who stopped fishing, it didn't feel much to see Felix surpass them again. But for the rest of the players who probably worked their hardest to bridge the gap, they would be beyond frustrated after seeing that Felix had actually increased his points by 30k again. Indeed. Golden Elixir agreed, I will tell the rest to rally the news to anyone they meet on their way to the base. Now, let's get going. Miss Mikasa ordered her turtle to change its direction under the eyes of the excited viewers and Lisa. Especially Lisa, who was hopping on her commentary table in pure thrill at the upcoming raid. She had already given up on her impossible unique title quest after seeing their disinterest in the game hall. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number dash, 2 in 1, _ 524852295117608222 for visiting. But who would have thought that Felix would force the majority into aiming for the Kraken just for a slight chance of victory? Maybe I treated him too harshly before. Lisa smiled in satisfaction and thought, let's give him more screen time. Immediately after deciding so, Lisa swiped her finger at Felix's small screen towards the big screen. Just like always, Felix's body was still inside the shell while he was doing everything else as Blue Whale copy. Since the fishing stage was over, he waited patiently for the last 10 minutes of the feeding stage. He had no idea that everyone had given up on him and had switched their targets to the Kraken. However, his ignorance of the situation didn't last for long, as one Alliance member had stopped right next to his turtle and relayed Miss Mikasa's invitation word by word. Sir Blue Whale, with your addition to our forces, we are confident of slaying it more easily. The player persuaded Felix with a tempting tone, do remember that your wish will double in value if you ended up being the one slaying it. That's a 2 billion wish. Not available even in Platinum games. Felix scratched his blue cheek with a thoughtful expression after hearing so. Sounds promising, but sadly I can't really sign the Alliance's contract since I will be exposed as landlord. Thus, Felix didn't hesitate to reject the invitation and send the disgruntled player on his way. However, Felix didn't forget to attach a fish copy with the player's turtle to always act as a GPS. As long as he kept the distance less than 20 kilometers, Felix could know the place of the Alliance gathering as well as spy on them. He might not join the Alliance, but that didn't mean he wasn't tempted to slay the Kraken if he was left in a weakened state by the Alliance forces. I wonder if they will take me as their mortal enemy after stealing the Kraken as well. Felix grinned wickedly while walking towards the entrance of his shell. Chapter 337, The Kraken has emerged. Felix swiftly called for his secondary clone to come back with its turtle. Then, he brought the feeding bucket and left his turtle to devour only half it. That resulted in changing its color to green and finally blue. With this toughness, it was more than enough to survive against the upcoming oceanic wave. Meanwhile, the other half was left for the other turtle. If that madwoman Lisa wasn't his MC, the unique title would have been related to reaching the purple or black color. Felix would have used all of his fish for one turtle to get the unique title. However, since nothing beneficial was given to reaching higher levels of toughness, Felix decided to toughen both the turtles. Plus, he couldn't sneak behind the Alliance members while being on a purple-colored turtle. Everyone would know that he was the owner even if he appeared as Blue Whale. After both turtles had emptied the feeding bucket, Felix glanced at the time and saw that only 10 minutes were left before the last survival stage. He ordered his copy to distance the turtle away from his own and switched back to his original body. Let's see if they are gathering nearby. Felix closed his eyes and felt the energy of his copy at the borders of his range. It seems like they are 18 or 19 kilometers away. I need to get a bit closer. Felix didn't want to lose connection with his spy fish since there wasn't going to be another chance to plant it again. However, he also didn't want to get too close lest he gets caught. So, he stopped his turtles after moving only 5 kilometers. Then, he switched his senses to the spy fish and swiftly swam upward to the surface. The moment he reached it, he realized that he couldn't see anything due to the giant shells of the turtles appearing like cliffs in his vision. Well, let's do some head counting at least. Unwilling to return empty-handed, Felix started counting the number of turtles gathered in the area. It was quite easy to count them since they kept their distance from each other. It seemed like the players had learned their lesson from the previous bestial wave. After a couple of minutes, Felix ended up counting 22 turtles. They weren't the total since he didn't have time to swim around the entire area and count each one. The oceanic bestial wave was about to arrive in under a minute and his spy fish was bound to be destroyed. Despite so, Felix was quite satisfied by his scouting as he felt more confident by the Alliance chances now in taking the Great Kraken. Sir Felix, the oceanic wave is going to arrive in 10 seconds. Abruptly, the Queen's voice resounded in Felix's mind. All right, thank you Queen. Felix's senses swiftly switched back to his real body. Immediately after, the pre-alarm of the wave resounded inside the shell. Felix turned it off and started focusing on the transparent glass. With his enhanced vision, he could see a dark shadow looming closer from afar. Felix did a double check on the entrance and noticed that it was already closed. He smiled faintly and sat in a mediation position on the center of the shell. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _525068769690222484 for visiting. Then, he closed his eyes and waited for the collision. 30 minutes later. Every oceanic bestial wave had withdrawn into the depth of the ocean after taking with them tens of ownerless turtles. The Alliance strategy of focusing on only one turtle was indeed good for survival, but the rest of their turtles had no way to defend against the claws and sharp teeth of the marine beasts when their shell color wasn't even proper green. This resulted in the Alliance having only 6 turtles left from more than 26 turtles. One of them was the base and the other 5 were belonging to the newly added members of the Alliance. Like the second ranker, third ranker, etc. Just like Felix, they all had blue turtles. Since they survived, it only meant that Felix and his clone and the other turtle were also doing all right. Whoosh! Felix jumped outside of the shell and stood at the edge of the entrance. Just as he wanted to turn his head and start looking for the Kraken's transmission, he tilted his head slightly in doubt after seeing that the clear sky was getting cloudy. Rumble! Rumble! The clouds were dark and sinister, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Anyone who saw them would know that a storm was approaching. Whoosh whoosh! The peaceful ocean was being played by the raging wind as waves started to rise high in the sky, appearing like sand dunes. Felix was forced to climb into the turtle's head and clutch tightly its wrinkles to not get thrown into the ocean. Trickle trickle! How could a storm be called one without the clouds raining like there was no tomorrow? Felix got drenched in a split second, but he didn't care about it. He had absolutely no intentions to enter the shell since he didn't want to miss seeing the location transmission. He wasn't stupid to do so since the location might end up being too close to him. If he didn't see it, the Kraken would probably appear from underneath his turtle. It was a game over if that happened. Just like him, the rest of the players were also standing outside, surveying the areas around them. The Alliance members all had nasty expressions as they didn't expect that the appearance of the Kraken would be accompanied by a storm. They didn't know if it was going to remain after he appears or not. They wished dearly for the latter, as fighting in the storm would make it at least 3 times more difficult. Whoosh! Look there! Shocked, Fiddlesticks pointed his finger at a towering waterspout that was in the process of emergence. It was at least tens of kilometers away from them, yet they could still see it clearly. Is that the location transmission? Fiddlesticks asked with a tingle of worry in his tone. It's been already 2 minutes and I don't see any golden beams. A player near him gulped a mouthful and said, it's got to be the Kraken's location. Before anyone could comment on the waterspout, the tull started moving swiftly towards it. Its speed wasn't hindered in the slightest by the tempestuous ocean. The tens of players who were standing on its surface, all laid on their stomachs and clutched the uneven skin of the shell for their dear lives. Everyone sent messages, cursing Golden Elixir for blindsiding them like this. But he didn't respond to any of them as he merely kept eyeing the waterspout calmly. Whether they liked it or not, the rest decided to commit to the plan they created and follow Golden Elixir's turtle that was carrying the main force of the Alliance. The scene on the screen truly appeared like a bunch of madmen heading to their doom. Meanwhile, Felix was also on the move in the waterspout's direction, but he was heading much slower than the rest. He wanted to arrive when the battle had already started or about to finish so no one would be paying attention to him. Hee, this is going to be fun. Eager and excited, Asna said while chewing on a mouthful of popcorn. She didn't care if it was going to be hella risky for Felix, as she simply wanted to enjoy her time. She was exactly like the viewers who were currently cheering at the sight of the Alliance members getting nearer and nearer to Waterspout. Although it took them more than 5 minutes to reach 1 kilometer away from it, their cheers never faltered for even a second. However, the players didn't dare to get any closer, since the attraction force was strong enough to pull them from the turtles. Hence, they were left standing in their places, waiting for the waterspout to ease up. They understood that it might look frightening, but it was still just a dramatic location transmission. Just like every other transmission, it was bound to leave after a short period of time. Whoosh whoosh. As they expected, the waterspout lasted for an additional minute before its humongous size started to get reduced in a noticeable manner. The smaller it got, the calmer the area around it got as well. This brought some relief to the Alliance members, since it was almost impossible to aim their abilities while the turtles kept moving back and forth with the waves. Whoosh! Get ready! Miss Mikasa immediately shouted while unsheathing her katana after seeing that the waterspout had completely disappeared. Phew! SHSH! Poof! Abilities of all kinds of elements and shapes began to manifest on top of the turtle shells. The colors exhibited from those abilities somewhat brightened up the gloomy area caused by the ongoing storm and dark clouds. Too bad, the moment the area was lighted, everyone managed to notice a monstrous shadow cast at the ocean water right in front of them. Sploosh! Before the players could react to the sight of the horrifying shadow, the water had abruptly erupted akin to a volcano, sending a mini tsunami in every direction. Yet, the players didn't even budge from their places, as their widened eyes were affixed on the dark red monstrosity that had just risen akin to a demon ready to bring destruction upon the world. Scree! An abrupt ear-piercing screech had escaped from the thousand-teethed mouth of the great 8 tentacles Kraken. The Kraken has emerged! Lisa screamed with her cheeks flushed red in excitement. Chapter 338, Against the Kraken. The players all woke up from their stupor at the ear-pierced screech. Stick to the plan! Miss Mikasa yelled in her mind while jumping inside the turtle's shell to avoid the incoming mini-tsunami. The rest of the players swiftly deactivated their abilities and entered their zone as well. Only one player was left behind, but he wasn't in danger as he was flying above the area. Splash! The tsunami smashed the rainbow turtle, but it didn't do much to it since the turtle's size was humongous. Heck, they were slightly bigger than the Kraken. If it wasn't for so, the players wouldn't have dared to entertain the thought of slaying the Kraken, since it could just roll its tentacles around the turtle's shell and eat it whole. Besides, they could always retreat inside the shell when things get dirty. They weren't worried about water or the Kraken's tentacles getting inside, since they had tested it out before. They realized that only players or objects touched by the players could get access inside the shell. The rest get blocked, just like the hole wasn't even there. If Lisa didn't leave during mid-Q&A, they would have asked so without needing to test it out. The tsunami had gone away. You can emerge now. The flying player sent a report while gazing at the somewhat peaceful ocean and the giant 8 dark red tentacles waving in the air. The moment the players jumped outside of the shell, they were met with the same sight. They didn't seem too happy about it, since most of them had dark expressions while focusing on the nearest giant tentacle. The Kraken is hiding his weak spot. What do we do now? Fiddlesticks asked. It seemed like a player within the Alliance was knowledgeable about Kraken's strengths and weaknesses. Tear apart his tentacles until he reveals his head. Miss Mikasa ordered. Everyone nodded their heads solemnly and reactivated their abilities again. Since the turtles were still far from the Kraken, the owners ordered them slowly. Unsurprisingly, the Kraken didn't move from his place, since it wouldn't be possible even to touch it if it was given the freedom to move fully underwater. Naturally, it was made like this so the players would actually have a chance to fight and display an epic battle instead of just getting ambushed from underwater continuously. Despite its lack of movement, those 8 tentacles were free to do as they please. Whoosh whoosh! Hence, the instant those turtles had entered the Kraken's territory, they lashed out at the turtles' long necks. However, Miss Mikasa and the rest were already anticipating this reaction as they ordered their turtles to withdraw back inside their shell. Whoosh whoosh! The tentacles ended up missing the turtle's head. But the Kraken didn't withdraw them back as he switched his focus to the players who were still standing on top of the shells. "Buy me some time!" Golden Elixir roared while sitting on one knee to support the weight of a massive golden bazooka-like ability that was placed on his shoulder. Right now, golden particles were being gathered on the mouth of the bazooka, preparing to fire. Alas, the Kraken wasn't going to wait for him as he sent down his tentacle straight above his head. Yet, Golden Elixir didn't move from his place since he could see that Miss Mikasa and the rest were standing right next to him with their abilities locked and loaded. He knew that the tentacle wasn't going to harm him since those players would need to protect themselves from it. He didn't trust them to protect him, but he trusted them to protect themselves. Whoosh! Boom! Slice! As he assumed, every player near him had used every ability in their possession to resist against the incoming tentacle. Some used fire blasts, wind sweeps, and other elemental range abilities. They truly ended up hurting it badly since the Kraken's defenses were butchered to only a legendary Tier 3 beast. However, the bloody tentacle still managed to survive the salvo and carried on its journey towards Golden Elixir. "Miss Mikasa? Make your move!" Golden Elixir yelled with a tingle of nervousness. Alas, Miss Mikasa neither responded nor moved from her place. She kept her narrowed eyes focused on the tentacle while having her palm placed gently on Katana's handle. "Miss Mikasa!" Just as Golden Elixir was planning on deactivating his ability and evading the attack, Miss Mikasa murmured, "Itaryu technique, Death Lotus." A visible dark wave had emerged from her katana the moment she swiped it down. Yet, before the dark wave could even reach the tentacles, Miss Mikasa swung her katana 5 times from 5 directions in one singular motion that lasted a split second. Phew, phew, phew. The dark waves connected midway, appearing like a revolving dark flower with many petals. Slice! The tentacle which managed to survive an elemental salvo was sliced immediately from the middle after those intertwined dark waves cut right through it. Splosh! A stream of blood had erupted from the sliced half that was still connected to the Kraken. Meanwhile, the other half had already dropped in water. Miss Mikasa's dual elemental technique had displayed its infamous strength before us all. Lisa commentated passionately, a combination of the metal element and dark element abilities made Miss Mikasa famous for her unique swordplay. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click number_5252556920356408 for visiting. Splash! Scree! Just as Lisa wanted to replay Miss Mikasa's attack, she removed that idea from her mind after seeing that the Kraken's head had emerged from the water while letting out a furious high-pitched screech. He is pissed. It worked. Focus on the scalp of its head now. Don't close your f***ing ears and just throw everything at its head. Shouts like those were resounding on top of each shell. Although the players felt somewhat terrified by provoking the Kraken, they still activated their long-distance elemental abilities. All of them were aiming at the Kraken's wide-open mouth that was facing Miss Mikasa's turtle. Then, splush! Splush! Abrupt streams of black ink were spewed from tiny holes which were within its mouth. Everyone near Miss Mikasa had jumped right inside the shell, wanting to avoid getting touched by that ink. Only Golden Elixir was left behind in the same position. The only difference from before was that the golden bazooka's mouth was now emitting a blinding light. If one looked carefully, they would notice that a tiny golden ball was being compressed over and over again until it couldn't get any smaller. The moment Golden Elixir felt that his ability had reached its limit, he grinned fearlessly against the streams of ink that were merely tens of meters in front of him. "Take a stream of mine!" he shouted immediately after finally firing his ability. Boom! What an ability it was as a beam of golden light had flared up from the bazooka, reaching the Kraken's mouth with the speed of light. Since it was created from condensed light energy, the beam had brightened the entire area, allowing everyone to see what's going on more clearly. The only thing they managed to see was that the beam had penetrated the inside of the Kraken and had emerged from the other side of its skin, continuing its journey. Boom! Bam! Poof! The abilities thrown before the beam had finally reached the Kraken as well and bombarded its mouth and the area around it. Pieces of flesh and skin were being separated, burnt, frozen, corroded, and affected by multiple elements. The bright explosions and colorful effects of elements had completely hidden the Kraken's head, making it impossible to his wounds anymore. Scree! Scree! But his furious and pained screeches were evidence that he was hurt pretty badly by the salvo. The players didn't just stand there and watch as they carried on spamming their abilities, uncaring about their energy consumption. Even Golden Elixir, who was thrown into the water after eating a direct ink stream, had joined the elemental shower after healing himself back to peak form. After all, he had a light element and he was bound to have either unlocked one healing ability in the 3 bloodlines that he used to reach peak second stage of replacement. Meanwhile, Miss Mikasa started swinging her katana in the direction of the Kraken's head, sending a dark wave after the other, trying her best to be the one that last hit the beast. Everyone was using whatever they had recklessly simply for that reason. It didn't matter who planned the attack, who gave the information, or who did the most damage. What mattered was the last hit only. The hit that would truly kill the Kraken and crown the finisher a champion and the Kraken Slayer title. Everyone was aiming for that. Boom! Boom! Poof! Scree! In the end, the Kraken let out one last pained scream before he drove deeper into the water, bringing his tentacles with him this time. The last thrown salvo was completely wasted as the abilities had ended hitting nothing. But, the player didn't seem to care about it. They were all holding their breaths in hope and anticipation while staring at the empty previous spot of the Kraken. Please let it be me, please let it be me. Fiddlesticks wished with his hands folded, appearing like he was praying. Just like him, everyone else was wishing with their own methods for the kill to belong to them. That's the only thing they could do while waiting for a notification or sign concerning the death of the Kraken. Alas, they waited and waited, yet not a peep was heard in their minds or the sky. After a couple of seconds that felt like years, a sound was finally heard from the depth of the ocean, but it wasn't the one they wanted to hear in the slightest. Scree! The Kraken's infuriated screech was loud enough, it resounded as clear as crystal even above the surface of the water. He wasn't killed but he was royally pissed. Chapter 339, Being Unreasonably Cautious. The players' expressions couldn't help but harden as they knew that if the Kraken didn't die from that full-powered salvo, it only meant that he had recovered deep underwater. The player who told them about its weak spot also informed them about its strengths. One of them was the Kraken's monstrous rejuvenation speed. Too bad, they had failed in their best attempt to slay it. Lisa shook her head and said with an innocent smile, now that the Kraken has been provoked, they better bolt away. Miss Mikasa and the rest didn't seem like they were planning to overstay their welcome as they had ordered for their turtles to emerge from their shells so they could leave this dreadful area as fast as possible. Their plan was revolved around the first salvo to be as powerful and forceful as ever. If it worked, then the game was going to end with one of them being crowned. If it failed, they would retreat at all costs since the Kraken would be at peak form while they wouldn't have even 30% of their energy left. After all, 4 hours had gone by in the game and they had wasted at least 30% in it. In the previous salvo, they wasted even more. It was too risky to attempt another united barrage because they would be left without a single way to protect themselves if it failed. They weren't going to make such a foolish mistake. Alas, the moment they stepped inside the Kraken territory, it wasn't up to them anymore to decide whether to retreat or not. Splosh splosh! 8 new healthy tentacles had abruptly risen from beneath the long extended neck of the turtles. Since the tentacles were extremely long, the Kraken was able to send each tentacle for each turtle. Without giving anyone time to react, the tentacles had rolled around the long turtle's neck and tightened their grip until the turtles were starting to have difficulty breathing. One of them managed to let out a single pitiful wail before its breath was cut out again. "Withdraw your neck." Horrified, Miss Mikasa ordered immediately after hearing the wail. The turtle acted like it had received a royal pardon as it swiftly retracted its neck back inside the shell, forcing the kraken to let go of it. Alas, not everyone managed to voice their orders as fast as Miss Mikasa. This resulted in 3 turtles getting their thin necks snapped from the brutal force of the tentacles. The kraken didn't seem foolish as it focused on the upper top of the neck, which was the weakest part of the entire rainbow turtle. The moment those turtles died, they broke into light particles and anyone who was either on top or inside the shell was expelled into the stormy ocean. Nu. F***CKK. Come help us. More than 15 players had been cast away and were currently screaming for help while swimming towards the 3 remaining turtles. All of them had managed to withdraw their body limbs inside their shell luckily. Thus, the owners couldn't order the turtles to move and save the players in the water even if they wanted to. Who would dare order his turtle to expose its neck after what had just happened? Since the turtle's distance wasn't that short, the players were swimming and swimming, yet they appeared like they didn't bridge the distance even slightly. Fear started to creep up on them as they could sense that a predator had laid its eyes on their bodies. Unfortunately, their senses weren't wrong as the kraken wasn't blind to not notice those ants trying to escape from its tentacles. All it needed to catch them was to send one tentacle and start dragging them to depths of the ocean one by one. That's exactly what the kraken did as it kept smashing from above anyone who had his head outside of the water. If they dove down to avoid the tentacle, they get captured and pulled down by their legs. Some of them tried to defend themselves, but underwater fights were a different world from what they were used to. All of their abilities were getting countered one way or another by being inside the water. That's only for the ones who actually had the ability to defend themselves. As for the rest, they could only let out air bubbles as they screamed in despair while being dragged into the mouth of the kraken. They were so small compared to it, the kraken didn't even chew them. He bundled them as one and threw them straight down its throat. "Ah, I am afraid to announce that we have lost Marking Goddess, Fiddlesticks, and 13 more players," Lisa said with a sad tone, but her shining eyes were saying otherwise. "Splosh splush. Quick, hide inside the shells, it can't do anything to us there," Miss Mikasa shouted in her mind, sending a message to everyone. She was the first to jump inside the shell after seeing the fate of the players who fell in the water. Upon hearing so, every player gave up on any attempt to slay the kraken and just jumped inside the shell for protection. Thud thud. Thankfully, they acted fast as the kraken had started smashing the turtle's shell randomly since it couldn't see from down there if the players were on it or not. Scared out of their wits, the players kept trembling each time the shell got smashed by the giant tentacles. The only thought that was coursing in their mind was if the shell would hold for the next 6 minutes. That duration was the only thing separating them from life and death. Thud thud. The kraken was furious all right as he didn't stop lashing for even a split second, striking the shells from every direction and angle. Fortunately, the turtles were humongous in size, making it impossible to get propelled away or straightaway gets eaten. Those players' fans all signed in relief after figuring out that their idols would be safe if the situation carried on like this. Too bad, the kraken wasn't stupid to keep doing the same thing over and over again after realizing that his tentacles weren't touching any of those ants. Instead, he stopped his attacks at once and started swimming upward until it re-emerged again. This time, only empty shells greeted the kraken's tiny black eyes. Scree! It let out another high-pitched screech in fury and started bashing only one turtle this time, putting its entire focus on it. Thud thud thud! The viewers were left horrified just like the players within that shell as one tentacle was smashing down just to be followed by another rapidly. Crack! Crack! Dear God! A girl covered her mouth in mortification after hearing the cracking noises, which were drowned by the players' agitated screams and the noise produced from the strikes. Only she managed to hear them due to her ear-related abilities. However, she didn't say anything as she merely sat down on the ground and closed her ears tightly, wishing that she remained ignorant just like the rest. While she was cowering in fear just like the rest, a man was watching all of this happening from a kilometer away. He was always here until now, no one noticed him besides his fans as everyone was focusing on the Kraken's battle. "Felix, didn't you watch enough?" Asna complained, "Kill it already, there are only 5 minutes left before the game ends." "Kill it my ass!" Felix scolded her, "You are making it sound simple. Tisk, stop being a coward and go for it." Asna provoked while munching on Arya's cookies, "The plan you made is already foolproof. Even if you didn't kill it, you would escape unscratched. Leave me alone." Felix rubbed his temples in irritation, "It's still too much of a risk. This beast needed to be killed by a single strike and the only way I can do so is by exposing the Elder's peak ability. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click number *52531648712991095 for visiting. He shook his head and said firmly, "It's not worth exposing it in front of the VIP viewers." After everything that you have shown, I doubt those VIP viewers are going to let you go easily." Asna sneered, "You are already in their radars and probably going to be hunted down soon for real. So, it doesn't matter what you show anymore." Although he understood that Asna was merely baiting him to fight the Kraken so she could be entertained, what she said was indeed within reason and correct. Felix had reached that conclusion before he even used the first sand ability. However, he still used them nevertheless since this was still the SG platform and his information wasn't accessible to anyone. Hence, he wasn't afraid that he would be searched upon by terrifying backgrounds, especially when the only thing connecting him with his real self was the tail. But, it wasn't a high-profiled and unique tale as quite a lot of bloodliners around the universe had it as well. Even if they managed to connect it with his real self, they wouldn't obtain anything from him since he was planning to use a new set of poison abilities that his landlord persona didn't have. They weren't going to conclude off the bat that Felix had poison manipulation, but it was just a coincidence to have the same tail mutation. It was more believable than a human having the ability to manipulate the elements freely. Despite making those countermeasures to separate the two personas, Felix wanted to avoid being too high-profiled with his abilities' overpoweredness. Alas, Asna didn't like that one bit, as it seemed to her that Felix was being unreasonably cautious. If he kept acting like this, he would continue to miss opportunities to get stronger like those. Before long, he would end up missing an opportunity that he would regret for a lifetime. Felix realized this fact as well. This was the first time he planned to give up trying just because he felt worried about others hunting him down. But in fact, he was already going to be hunted down either way. So why not seize every chance and opportunity to better himself faster so he wouldn't need to keep hiding the fact that he owned multiple abilities or even poison manipulation. *CK it. I can't limit myself from using my abilities in real life as well as in the SG. Felix cracked his knuckles with a determined expression as he eyed the berserk Kraken still going at it. "Let's end this with a bang." "Yay!" Asna cheered in delight while watching him slid down the turtle's neck until he reached the end. Felix jumped on the shell and extended both of his palms forward. He narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Guardians of the Temples, rise." Chapter 340, The Guardians of the Temples. Immediately after the order was given, a large amount of black sand had erupted from Felix's palm and landed on the shell right in front of him. The sand started to gather and converge until the first guardian had been brought into existence. It was the 8 meters tall Blacka with his eagle head and long spear. After Blacka's creation, the sand stopped releasing for a split second before starting again with colorless sand, appearing completely transparent like water. It gathered to create a female body this time. She was short compared to Blacka, but she was thin and had an extremely narrow waist, appearing like an hourglass. Meanwhile, her head was that of a cat and her hands had exceptionally long nails, reaching at least a meter in length. The moment her creation had ended, the sand that came from Felix's other hand had already finished manifesting two more guardians. Both of them shared black as height but were different in everything else. One of them had the head of a serpent and the other had the head of a lion. While the serpent-headed guardian was a green female being that was holding a long spiked whip, the lion-headed guardian was golden and had a long exquisite golden blade attached to his back. After so, Felix closed his palms and waited until the final detailing of each guardian finishes. It took only a couple of seconds before all of them turned into almost realistic versions, making it impossible to discern that all of them were created from the sand. What the hell? He had more. How is every one of them is more unique than the last one? Someone please tell me if they are golems or not. They look more beautiful than me. Leader Emma and the rest who glanced in his direction quite often were left in shock at the sight of those four guardians, all bowing their heads as they kneeled in front of Felix. Felix gestured for them with his hand to stand up and went to touch each one of them, creating two copies for a guardian. Since the copies always took Felix's memories and personality as their guiding compass, those newly risen guardians appeared more comical than the stoic real versions. The cat guardian's copy even curled up on the ground and closed her eyes shut, planning to sleep right now and here. Thud. Get your ass up. Irritated, Felix kicked her in the knee and started lying down his orders since there wasn't much time to waste. Guardians, your job will be mainly to distract the Kraken. If you managed to hurt his tentacles in the process, go for it so he would lose more control. Felix warned them strictly, no matter what, don't let yourselves get caught. The real guardians nodded their heads in understanding while the copies were doing their own things. Felix didn't care if the others were going to act as planned since the main reason he created them was to add numbers and make it difficult for Kraken to differentiate between the real and the fake. By doing so, Felix couldn't escape getting found out by Lisa as his turtle was carrying a **ing army of giant realistic unique beings. Yet, before she could even react to it, Felix had ordered for the Lion Guardian to leave his blade behind. The Lion Guardian nodded his head and placed the long golden blade gently near Felix. The blade was at least 6 meters long and 2 meters wide, making Felix appear quite tiny next to it. Felix didn't touch it as he merely pointed his palm at the Lion Guardian and a new blade was created on his back. This was caused by the limitations of the ability, as Felix couldn't create blades or such, but he could use sand to restore whatever lost on his guardians' bodies. After doing so, Felix ordered the secondary turtle to link with the one they were standing on. Then, he sent all of the guardians on it and ordered it to head straight to the Kraken. Landlord is attempting to slay the Kraken. Thrilled by the sight, Lisa cried loudly, making the viewers baffled by her sudden exclamation. Look! She quickly split the camera focus into two halves and placed Felix in one while his guardians in the other. Their reaction was exactly like Felix's fans and Lisa, as no one expected that Felix had more than one sentient sand being. In their eyes, having one was more than abnormal. Yet, now they were seeing 12 of them heading to do what their idols couldn't. After glancing at Felix's screen, they were even more shocked as they could see that he was pathing around the Kraken, planning for a flank without being seen. Landlord has gone nuts. But I love it. Lisa cheered cutely with her fists raised in the air, feeling excited and delighted by Felix's daring attempt. She knew that he could wait 4 minutes and he would be crowned as the champion. This game was already secured in the pocket for him when the players failed to slay the Kraken. Yet, he was throwing all of that to fight that monstrosity. She didn't know if he had something to rely on or he was simply an overconfident idiot. Whatever it was, she loved the twist before the end of the game. It wasn't just her as the viewers, whether they were Felix's fans or not. All cheered for him. They weren't cheering for him to slay it but to attract its attention so their idols could survive. The Kraken had fully destroyed a turtle in the past minute and everyone on it suffered the same fate as the others before them. Right now, the Kraken had already switched its focus to the turtle's shell where Golden Elixir and Mikasa were staying inside. Just like the previous one, it was in the process of cracking slowly but surely after each strike. However, after Kraken noticed the approaching turtle and the guardians standing on it, he stopped at once and sent a single tentacle towards the turtle's neck. It learned from its mistakes and now it knew that the turtles needed to die first to kill the others. Withdrew your neck. Felix, whose senses were currently placed in Cat Guardian's copy, ordered immediately after seeing the approaching danger. Hush! After the turtle obeyed his order, the tentacle went straight above Felix's head, producing a roaring sound of the wind that made his mind short-circuit for a second. Only after being this near to the tentacles did Felix recognize the horror those players felt during their battle. The Kraken was no easy foe. Snap out of it! Felix shook his head slightly and narrowed his cat-like eyes at the next approaching tentacles that were aiming for them this time. I can't be faltering now. Otherwise, I should leave while I can. Thud. The moment Felix regained control of his emotions, the tentacle had already lashed out on the surface of the shell, destroying one copy and missing the rest. It didn't really miss as every real guardian had managed to dodge it successfully and the rest of the copies were luckily outside of the strike zone like Felix. Counterattack. Felix didn't join the fight as copies weren't powerful enough to harm the Kraken's skin. However, the same couldn't be applied to the real guardians who were created by Lady Sphinx specifically combat. Blacka dashed forward while spinning the spear behind his back, creating a whirlwind in the process. Whoosh! The instant Blacka reached the tentacle in the process of lifting, he jumped in the air and used his spear to pierce one of its sticky suckers. His strike was forceful enough, the spear had managed to exit from the other side of the tentacle. Blacka didn't remain in the same position to admire his attack but swiftly pulled his spear and somersaulted back into the shell. He then spanned his spear once and stood in a defensive position, waiting for the Kraken to attack again. The entire sequence appeared clean and neat like Blacka was doing this for millions of years, astonishing the viewers alike. Felix didn't want to share his senses with Blacka and the rest of the Guardians since he knew that he wouldn't bring their full potential. All of them dealt with a tentacle of their own while the copies were getting smacked left and right by the rest. Whoa! How could she move like that? Lisa couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of the snake guardian swinging from a tentacle to another by relying on her long spiky whip. She wasn't just swinging for the fun of it, but to confuse the Kraken and anger him after failing to catch her continuously. If it wasn't for the Kraken's body being too large, her whip would have caused even more damage due to the green sand attribute being absorbing energy. Meanwhile, the cat guardian was dodging nimbly every strike like her body was boneless. Like Blacka, she was counterattacking by utilizing her long nails, slicing open wounds on the giant tentacles. Slice slice! Since she was made from transparent sand, the Kraken was having difficulty spotting her on the shell. Felix switched his senses to the cat guardian's copy due to her permanent stealth mode caused by her sand attribute. Currently, he was standing at the corner of the shell while cheering them on with his fists in the air. His eyes were on the lion guardian who was actually doing the most damage due to the long exquisite blade. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _52548359088558733 for visiting. Every slash from it was resulting in a shower of blood emerging from the tentacles. However, harming the Kraken was just a secondary task as the main mission was to distract it. Hence, they kept counterattacking only when it was going to result in them not getting caught. Without emotions or hormones affecting their decisions, they never greed for another attack or froze in their positions from fear. Just like that, an inconceivable scene was born on the turtle's shell as the guardians were dancing around systemically and gorgeously under the eyes of the viewers. Is it just me or are those golems even better than some gold players? Lisa commentated with a speechless expression. Everyone felt the same as Lisa and they found it a bit difficult to believe. In their eyes, a golem-like ability or summoned elemental beast was supposed to be retarded and wouldn't move nimbly unless they were given clear orders. Yet, right before them, the four guardians of the temples were showing graceful movements and enviable battle senses that were intangible even for Felix. Adding to their masterful use of weapons and martial techniques, they were able to contest against the Kraken's tentacles that sent the players hiding inside their shells, literally. Chapter 341, Ambushing the Kraken. Good job guys! Keep it up! While Felix was cheering for them at the side, his turtle was getting closer and closer to flanking the Kraken, who had his entire attention placed on dealing with the Guardians. Felix didn't want to risk approaching the Kraken's head from behind without making sure that he would go wholly unnoticed. Thankfully, the nimble Guardians made that possible as the turtle had already entered the Kraken territory and he still didn't turn his head. However, Felix didn't want to push his luck too much since the turtle's size was too hard to miss. Just a single glance from the Kraken and it would get discovered. Thus, the moment Felix noticed that he was close enough to make it on his own, he swiftly ordered the turtle to stop. Then, he did the unexpected as he went and dragged the long exquisite blade and placed it next to him. The viewers were confused by the sight as they could clearly see that Felix needed to use both hands to pull that blade. So what the hell was he supposed to do with it? Asna, bring my energy back to 100% and be on your tiptoes to continue providing me. Felix informed solemnly, I will straightaway use X4 and my energy would be consumed 2% per second. Asna made an acknowledging sound and snapped her finger at once, filling Felix with the necessary energy to get him back to his peak. There was a huge improvement in energy management since Felix had barely used 70% for straight 4 hours, unlike the third game where he wasted both his energy and the purified reserve energy in under 1 hour and a half. However, since the game was close to a conclusion, Felix decided to go all out and use whatever he possessed to slay the Kraken. That meant using the unlocked peak ability of the J. Ramungandr, which he always kept hidden due to not meeting a worthy foe that forced him to use it. Felix relaxed his shoulders while taking deep breaths from his nose. After entering a focused state, Felix said one word in his mind, X4 body enlargement. The moment the order was given, his body started to grow bigger and bigger in a noticeable manner. 2 meters. 3 meters, 5 meters. Even though he was getting bigger, neither his body got deformed in any shape nor his clothes got ripped apart. His growth seemed natural and smooth, like he was always meant to be at this size. Even his tail was growing with his body keeping up the balance as it should be. 6 meters, 7 meters, 8 meters. The instant he reached 8 meters in height, Felix stopped the growth in its place with a single thought. He knew that any more and his energy consumption would be beyond monstrous. To keep his current state, his energy was being consumed 2% per second. That's meant, without having Asna's purified energy, Felix could at most stay in this state for 50 seconds at his peak. Since he didn't have time to waste, Felix straightaway picked up the long blade with a single hand and waved it left and right to adjust to his newfound strength. Thankfully, Felix had been training with his peak active ability ever since he edged it in his 1% human bloodline. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number _52552670715625481 for visiting. It wasn't an easy journey since Felix needed to adapt to every size he could reach and every body part that was enlarged. The fact that he could adjust the size made it even more difficult. But, after months and months of training, he could fight just as well as his original state. By now, the viewers had already gone silent the moment Felix had reached his giant height. Felix's image resting that 6 meters blade on top of his shoulder while his size was even bigger than the blade, made even the most knowledgeable viewer keep watching with a dazed look. Alas, Felix didn't give them time to think things through as he leaned forward and sprinted from one end of the shell to the other, reaching it in a single second. The instant he reached the edge, Felix bent his knees to add more to his momentum, and then, whoosh! He hurled himself almost 100 meters in the air, reaching above the Kraken's head almost instantaneously. The sequence from the sprint to reaching his current destination didn't take even 2 seconds, making it impossible for anyone to react. Yet, Felix wasn't even done as he lifted the giant blade above his head and started spinning rapidly while falling downward, appearing like a shuriken thrown to kill anything that it touches. Due to the storm, his spin was splitting the rain itself, creating somewhat of a water halo around him, making it impossible for anyone to see anything but the spinning golden blade. He is using blade splitting technique. Lisa screamed reflexively the moment she came back to her senses. She knew the blade technique since she saw it being used a couple of times in her previous games. The technique was known for excelling in cutting through anything and everything. Yet, this was the first time she ever saw someone using it with such a massive size and blade. This made her open her eyes widely in anticipation of what the result was going to be like. Was this it? Was the Kraken going to be slain in such an epic manner by the hands of a single player? Is this the moment where history gets written? That kind of questions and thoughts coursed in everyone's minds as they kept watching without blinking at Felix, who was still falling rapidly. Smack! Alas, everything went to shit the moment Felix reached 30 meters above the Kraken's head as a hidden tentacle abruptly emerged from underwater and B*TCH slapped Felix straight into the ocean. Splosh splush! The strike's force was strong enough Felix's body didn't submerge instantly but rolled on the water's surface tens of times while smashing into few risen waves due to the storm. By the time the momentum had eased, Felix started floating on his stomach without showing signs of movement. Meanwhile, God knows where the blade had ended as it got separated from Felix immediately after the ambush. Silence. A desolate silence had engulfed the stadium, cafe shops, homes, and every single place where this game was being spectated. No one managed to comprehend what had just happened and how did it happen. They saw how Felix had used his guardians to distract the Kraken. They saw how the Kraken was screeching in fury as he kept being played by the guardians. This was supposed to be the perfect ambush, especially when Felix was striking from above. Yet what the F***ck had just happened? Scree scree scree! The Kraken, whose head was always facing the front, turned around while letting out an interrupted low-pitched screeches. He appeared like he was laughing in mockery at Felix's attempt to ambush him. The moment the viewers heard it, they instantly knew that the Kraken had been acting dumb about Felix's sneakiness since the moment he entered its territory. Instead of attacking him straight away, he waited until Felix was baited into launching an attack, then strike him when he least expected it. If Felix did one final switch to one of his copies or the Guardians, he would have noticed that a single tentacle had gone missing. The cunning Kraken had played it too well for a beast. But this sort of intelligence was normal for the Kraken even though it was nerfed to being only a legendary tier 3 beast. Right now, the viewers and especially Felix's fans could only watch in utter mortification at the Kraken, who was sending one of his tentacles to capture the motionless Felix. "Oh I Felix, stop acting dead," Asna said casually while munching on cookies, "the Kraken is going to catch you soon." "Arg, shut up." Felix snapped at her while groaning in pain, feeling like every organ in his body had been rearranged from that strike. If Lisa played the scene in slow motion, they would have noticed that the tentacle had struck Felix right in his guts. With that kind of behemoth force, Felix felt like his breath had been taken away. That's why he was floating motionless on his frontal body. He was currently breathing using his gills instead of his lungs. While the viewers believed that he was either dead or unconscious, he was chilling until he regains his body's motions. Thankfully, he was in his X4 state, which boosted his defenses by 4 times, just like his strength, energy capacity, mental energy capacity, and other body stats. If it wasn't for so, he would have exploded instead of being propelled like that. Whoosh! After the tentacle reached Felix's body, it rolled on him once since Felix's body wasn't small in the slightest. This actually made it easier for the Kraken to tighten its grip firmly, making sure Felix couldn't escape. Then, the Kraken started pulling him towards his wide-open thousand-teethed mouth. Chapter 342, The Kraken Slayer. Arg, still hurt like hell. Felix groaned in pain after his bruised areas were aggrieved by the tentacle tightening its grip. Felix couldn't even heal himself since he had lost his poison revitalization after it got replaced by another sand passive, which was utterly useless with his abilities arsenal. Too bad, complaining about it wouldn't make any difference now. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the kraken's mouth, Felix tried to escape from the tentacle's grip. Alas, his attempts resulted only in creating unnecessary agony as the suckers refused to let go of him. Boom boom! Still not giving up, Felix used his enormous tail to smash the back of the tentacle over and over again at the same exact spot. Due to his mammoth strength, his tail strikes were too much for the kraken's weakened body to take. The struck area got bloodied in no time. Yet, the kraken merely screeched in pain but still didn't let go of him. Instead, he actually increased his pulling speed after realizing that the ant was capable of hurting him badly. Damn, that's not working. Felix's brain went overclock, trying to figure out a new plan. However, due to the time constraint, Felix didn't go over many plans before choosing the best one like always. Instead, he swiftly went with the first one that came up in his mind. He used his long tail to roll once around the tentacle, he then hastily ordered in his mind for the rest of his body to shrink back. Unlike his growth process which took at least a second, Felix's body was returned to its original shape in merely a split second. The moment that happened, he slipped from the tentacle grip quite easily due to the size difference. However, he didn't drop into the water because his tail was still gripping into the tentacle. Its enormous size wasn't affected at all by the shrink, making it possible for Felix to dangle on the tentacle. That's right. Felix was capable of deciding which body part to shrink or grow based on his preference. The only limitation was that Felix couldn't shrink beyond his original shape and couldn't grow beyond what his energy allowed him to. This size manipulation was the J. Ramongandra's bread and butter ability, which he was infamous for in the Primogenitor's era. He wasn't referred to as the Ragnar, K-bringer for no reason. It was due to the cosmic size that allowed him to devour planets, stars, and any other beings. Felix always assumed that every primogenitor was capable of reaching the J. Ramongandra's cosmic size, but only after unlocking this ability and asking about it, did he find out the truth. Only a few primogenitors were capable of manipulating their size to their own preference. As for the majority, some of them weren't able to even move while some could shrink to the point they reach a microscopic level. Felix, who unlocked this ability, had been reassured by the J. Ramongandra that if he managed to supply the necessary energy, Felix's body could potentially get as big as a planet. This was the reason why he kept it over semi-morphing. Naturally, the energy required to reach that cosmic size was monstrous to even the J. Ramongandra. Felix was told by the J. Ramongandra that he was devouring planets to sustain his size by absorbing their natural elemental energy. So when Felix saw that sight in the J. Ramongandra's memories, it was because he was restoring energy to carry on his wandering in space. Felix didn't dare to imagine how much he would need at that point, since even as an 8 meters giant, he wasn't able to sustain it for more than a minute, obviously without Asna's purified energy. However, even with it, Felix could at most stay in X4 state for 3 minutes. Thankfully, he could shrink and regrow as he willed. That's exactly what he did after escaping the clutches of the kraken. He grew back to his X4 state and hurled himself towards another tentacle that was waving in the sky. By the time the kraken realized that his prey had escaped, Felix was already mid-air. Scree! The kraken didn't wait for Felix to reach its tentacle as it whipped it in his direction, wanting to straightaway kill him. Whoosh! Felix narrowed his eyes in focus at the approaching tentacle and thought, just like you trained in the school. Under the eyes of tens of millions viewers, Felix did the unexpected by whipping out his enormous tail at the tentacle after executing a beautiful posture. What is he doing? He had gone mad. Everyone thought that he was insane for doing so, as it was impossible for his tail to match the full-powered strength of the tentacle. Boom! Scree! Too bad, the end result of the collision was nothing short but unbelievable, as Felix's tail had managed to explode a portion of the tentacle without getting hurt in the process. What the hell? He actually overpowered the kraken. Mind blown, Lisa screamed with her lips closely near the mic, waking everyone from the shock at the sight. Felix didn't give them even a split second to comment or react as he retracted his tail instantaneously and swung it at the bloodied long tentacle. Whoosh! Instead of attacking it again, Felix rolled his tail once and propelled himself with an even bigger momentum towards another tentacle in his path. If the Kraken wasn't feeling immense pain from his destroyed tentacle, he would have managed to withdraw the other tentacle before Felix reached it. Alas, he was too fast with built-up momentum, making it possible for Felix to roll his tail around the tentacle again before propelling himself even faster towards the Kraken's head this time. Yet, even with that kind of unprecedented momentum, the Kraken still instinctively sensed the approaching danger and sent two tentacles at once to defend his head. Don't have time to waste. Felix knitted his eyebrows during mid-flight at those tentacles that were blocking his path. He recognized that his attempt might be blocked, but he still wished that he could end this battle with one strike at the Kraken's weak spot before the game ends. He knew that there wasn't much time left in the clock. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number _52574557852193111 for visiting. Just like he thought, there were only 30 seconds left on the big screen before everyone gets teleported back to the stadium. I can only use that tail technique to end this as fast as possible. In the end, Felix made a split-second decision before he reached the two tentacles. Just like before, he didn't strike them. However, instead of rolling his tail once, he just placed the giant bulgy end of the tail at one of them and span himself tens of times in a split second due to the tremendous momentum he built on his journey. Now, whoosh! Before the Kraken, Lisa, and the viewers even realized what had just happened, Felix was already flying hundreds of meters in the sky akin to an arrow. Rumble rumble! If it wasn't for the lightning striking even so often on the gloomy clouds, no one would have managed to spot him. Too bad, the lightning wasn't striking continuously, and that made the viewers only catch glimpses of Felix as he went higher and higher until he finally reached his peak velocity. Rumble! The thunderclap roared in Felix's ears, making him feel like he was right within the gloomy clouds. But that was just a misconception due to him being almost 1 kilometer in the air. Felix looked down and zoomed at the Kraken's dark red scalp, making it appear like it was only hundreds of meters away from him. The moment that image registered in his mind, gravity started doing its job by bringing him down to where he belongs. Good luck, Felix! Asna cheered on him with a fist pumped in the air, feeling excited after seeing what he had in mind. Meanwhile, the J. Ramongandras had just smiled gently and continued watching Felix combine his infamous size manipulation with the Sphinx's tail mutation. Shrink! Felix had shrunk back to his normal size while plunging down rapidly towards the Kraken. Due to the storm and his utter black clothes, the Kraken didn't manage to spot him even though he was inspecting the sky with his tiny black eyes. However, the viewers were already saved from that issue as Lisa had swiftly brightened up the scene on the big screen, making Felix be as visible as daylight. All of them were spectating with bated breaths and widened eyes, not daring to blink lest they end up missing something. 600 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters. The instant Felix reached this height, the Kraken had finally noticed a tiny black thingy diving in his direction. However, the Kraken didn't underestimate it as his instinct was warning him that life-threatening danger was approaching him. Hands? Whoosh whoosh! He withdrew all of his tentacles at once and placed them above his head in an X-mark shape. That wasn't all, as water had abruptly risen from underneath the Kraken and filled in the gaps left behind the tentacles. The Kraken had stopped underestimating the players and decided to use his water abilities. Lisa shouted with an aghast expression, "Landlord is done for." She didn't say so without reason as she knew that the Kraken's water barrier combined with its stacked 8 tentacles was the strongest defensive method that the Great 8 Tentacles Kraken possessed. It brought nightmares to all the high-leveled hunters who went to take it down in real life. Although this Kraken had been nerfed greatly, this defensive method was strong enough to hold against all of the players' united elemental salvo. Don't even mention Felix, who was just a first-stage bloodliner. Every VIP or knowledgeable normal viewer had assumed the same as well. While the rest shared her pessimistic view, Felix merely snapped his finger after reaching 200 meters above the Kraken. Simultaneously, his body started to grow bigger and bigger until he returned to his X4 state. However, he wasn't done yet as he snapped his finger again and his tail was started to get enlarged even bigger than his giant body. Especially the tail's bulgy end that started to resemble a white meteor chasing after Felix. The moment the Kraken saw this sight, his senses screamed at him at giving up on his defenses and escaped to the depth of underwater. Since beasts always listened to their instincts unlike the humans, the Kraken truly started submerging his humongous head while still keeping a defensive position. A bit too late, buddy. Felix smirked faintly at the sight while entering the perfect posture to carry out the advanced technique that he learned in Silver Hammer School. Falling Meteor Strike. It truly deserved its name as the instant Felix reached 100 meters, he started front flipping over and over again until he appeared like a spinning wheel. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yet no one was focusing on him but at the massive white bulky end of his tail, revolving after him ceaselessly and splitting the wind itself. Before anyone could voice a comment, the bulgy tail's end finally reached the stacked 8 tentacles and struck it right in the center. Then, boom! The tentacles stood absolutely no chance against the behemoth power carried by the bulky tail's end. It was fueled by a kilometer of non-stop dive, Felix's revolving motion, and lastly his pure unfiltered barbaric strength from his ability. All of this combined resulted in the tentacles exploding into large or small pieces of flesh, hurling in every direction while accompanied by a fountain of blood. Yet, the bloodied bulky tail's end was still carrying on its journey towards the Kraken's scalp unhindered. The 8 tentacles barely slowed its speed or took away most of its momentum. Ah, I will need a long shower after this. Felix sighed and closed his eyes shut the instant he felt that the bulky tail's end had connected successfully with the Kraken's scalp. Then, a moment of silence occurred in the area before the head had splintered wide open, allowing Felix and his tail to carry on destroying every organ they touched. Blood and pieces of ruptured organs were propelled outside of the splintered head, painting the sky red for a split second before the rain took over again. Splosh! The Kraken didn't manage to let out even a yelp as Felix's journey of destruction didn't stop until he emerged from the other side of his body. The moment Felix felt the coldness of the water, he smiled pleasantly and relaxed his painted red body while breathing from his gills. He didn't even bother to glance upward at the Kraken's body that was in the process of deconstruction into light particles since he had received a notification the moment he died. Congratulations on slaying the Kraken. You have been titled as the Kraken Slayer and earned 5000 GP. Chapter 343, Lisa's Nomination. This notification didn't just resound in Felix's mind but also in the sky above his position, making every player hear it and see it even from tens of kilometers. The withdrawing gloomy clouds made it possible. The instant the Kraken was slain, there was no point for the storm to remain anymore. Am I tripping or did I just hear that Landlord has slain the Kraken? Baffled and somewhat stunned, Golden Elixir traded glances with the players who were hiding with him inside his shell. Looking at their dumbfounded and shocked expressions, he felt his heart skip a beat at the thought that they heard it as well. I heard it as well. Same. Is this a prank by Lisa to drag us outside of the shell? Even the player who said so didn't believe himself. However, in his eyes, it was more believable than Felix slaying the Kraken solo. This kind of conversation was being carried inside the shell of every surviving turtle. All of them had believed that the Kraken had given up after not being able to destroy the shell and was throwing a tantrum on his own. They even joked about it in the past 2 minutes after knowing that they would survive the game. Only now, did they understand that while they were cowering in fear, Felix was going at it alone against the Kraken. But even after hearing the notification and knowing that he truly did it, they didn't dare to believe it. Why would they? In their eyes, even their entire alliance was useless against the Kraken, so how could a first-stage bloodliner do what they couldn't achieve? Accepting it was the same as accepting that they were worse as a group than a single player. Their pride refused to acknowledge that at all cost. There must have been some sort of a loophole that he used. Stop discussing it. Let's just look for ourselves. Just as the players attempted to jump outside of the shell, their bodies started breaking into light particles, marking the end of the game. Whatever, this is even better. Golden Elixir murmured one last time before his body completely broke apart, if I don't see it with my own eyes, I won't believe it no matter what. His wish was fulfilled sooner than he expected as the instant he opened his eyes again, he was met with a harmonized chant that deafened his ears and the remaining players. The Kraken Slayer. They. Kraken Slayer. They. Kraken Slayer. Dumbstruck and speechless, the players all stared with eyes bulging out of their sockets at their loyal fans and supporters, chanting something unrelated to them. This was a huge slap to their self-esteem as it never happened to them before. But after seeing Felix standing all alone in the center of the stadium with his clothes all bloody and dirty, they knew that their worst fears had manifested before them. Those who were still in denial like Golden Elixir simply lifted their heads and gazed at the highlight of Felix delivering the last strike against the Kraken. The instant their eyes landed on the screen, it refused to leave it. No one cared about them in this significant moment. Even their fans were too heated by the last battle to bother comforting their idols like they always do after they lose a game. Ladies and gentlemen. Lisa spread her tiny arms widely as she screamed with a passionate voice, when I proposed this impossible challenge to the Alliance, I expected nothing less but failure. Yet. She extended her hand at Felix, who was shamelessly taking advantage of the players' days to buy the 3 artifacts, and continued, Landlord had proved to me that nothing was impossible. A peak first stage bloodliner had managed to do something that had never been done before in all of the years that I have been living. The spectators and especially Felix's fans all started clamoring noisily, agreeing to what she just said. All of them were veteran spectators with hundreds of games under their belts. They watched so many different formats, games, players, scenes, plays, dramas, even epic fights and moments. Yet, nothing had come close to seeing with their own eyes a human just like them, taking down a behemoth that was hundreds of times its size. The cherry on top was the fact that the Kraken was still unkillable in the Oceania planet to this day, even though hundreds of hunting parties and squads had attempted to do so. Although the difference between the real Kraken and this one was unfathomable, they were still emotional about Felix's successfully slaying it. If I didn't already give away my MVP title, I would have certainly and without a shred of doubt handed it to Mr. Landlord for this phenomenal display. Lisa sighed in dejection after saying so. She wasn't acting or anything, as she truly meant every word that she said. In her eyes, it was a total waste for Felix to not receive an MVP title and a nomination letter to enter the Humans Branch SG Hall of Fame. His gameplay from beginning to the end had been nothing but phenomenal. She knew that when the game hits the media and everyone watches the highlights on the VR videos platform, hell was going to break loose. In her mind, the last plunging scene where Felix slew the Kraken was going to be part of the top 10 highlights in gold rank for the entire year. Everyone who made it into that list was either a Hall of Fame player or at least nominated to be one. Alas, the MVP title could be given just once per each MC. That's why it was called the Most Valuable Player title. It simply meant that the MC who gave it truly appreciated the player and found that he was the most valuable player throughout his career. Since this title was a big deal, it was always accompanied by a recommendation letter or a nomination to enter the SG Hall of Fame and get immortalized for eternity. Naturally, the names of the MCS were going to be written right under the player in the Hall of Fame, making them eternal as well. Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! Leader Emma and the rest of Felix's fans had already started booing after being reminded of the MVP title. They didn't know who they were booing for, but they just wanted to do it so they could vent their grievance at the news. Especially, when they saw that Felix had been giving it his all in every game he was placed at. While he didn't do too many extraordinary plays in Death Race, he excelled in the last 2 and each one of them, he got robbed hard. Zoe didn't want to give him the MVP title due to her grudge, and Meliodas had already given it to another player. Now, he was going to get robbed again due to the same reason. The fans couldn't have that. Meanwhile, Felix wasn't that bothered by not receiving the title. He might be quite vexed by his unluckiness, but he didn't show any of that to the rest, as he simply carried on shamelessly robbing the prize pool clean of the best items while the players were absent-minded. However, his finger soon froze in its place after hearing Lisa shout, "I don't regret giving my previous MVP title to Mrs. Frostbite, but I know that I will regret it dearly if Landlord did not receive the proper treatment and award that he deserves in this game." Hence, everyone held their breaths either in anticipation or disbelief, knowing what she was about to do but not having the guts to hear her say it. Alas, Lisa went for it and said excitedly, "I will nominate Landlord to the SG Awards Committee to contest against other nominees for the Best Low ELO Player of the Year in the Milky Way Galaxy." Hooah! An uproar had risen the moment Lisa finished her piece, as both the spectators and the players were stirred one way or another. How could they not when they knew that Lisa had just used her one lifetime nomination to give Felix's an honor even above being in the Hall of Fame? Although it was just a nomination and not giving him the award itself, they knew that just to earn it from the stingy hands of the MCS was an achievement on its own. Every MC was holding into this nomination chance, so when they get promoted to mid-ELO or luckily high ELO, they would still have something to offer to those big dogs. Lisa had just done the opposite without any care in the world. Clap clap. After the viewers regained their wits, they gave Felix the standing ovation that he deserved, just like the nomination. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number S nomination _52584128935160824 for visiting. While some players were still feeling like they were in a dream and none of this shit was making sense, others had already come to terms with the reality and started applauding respectfully for Felix. "Well played, Landlord." Miss Mikasa bowed slightly in Felix's direction and said, "And thank you for the timely help. I wouldn't have lived if it wasn't for your interference." Upon hearing so, Felix broke from his slight daze, as he never expected to be nominated to anything due to his unfriendly relation with the MCS. After all, he didn't want to even give them an interview. Why the hell would anyone bother doing him a favor? She is truly a mad witch that doesn't give a crap about anything. Felix chuckled in his mind and refocused on Miss Misaka, who was still bowing slightly in appreciation. "Don't mention it." Felix waved his hand dismissively and turned around to his fans. He showed them a faint smile and said, "Thank you for your continuous support." Before his fans could even respond, Felix started waving his hand at them while breaking into light particles. Nomination or not, he wasn't planning on staying any longer, since he needed to join the PPFT gathering and start selling his prize pool items as fast as possible. The more time he wasted, the lesser the stock would be when he displays his prize pool. Why it? Mortified by the sight of Felix's departure, Lisa shouted loudly while jumping down from her commentary platform without using any fanciful method. Thud. Alas, by the time she made it to the ground, Felix was already drifting in the air, leaving behind him a heated stadium, unwilling players, appreciative players, and finally a highlight that would be etched in the memories of those who saw it and those who were about to. Landlord. You introvent prick. In the end, Lisa could only cry her misery out loud, feeling like she just got cheated out of her nomination. Chapter 344, Princess Bird's 6 months efforts. 5 minutes later, in the Androxa capital. Felix was already in his car, driving towards the teleportation company. He didn't even look at his earnings, as he wanted to do so when he secured a spot in the PPFT market. He knew that he might end up queuing up for quite a long time if he was late. Felix gave up on his usual shower and nap to avoid that. He realized that he ****ed up when he didn't join the game inside his room in the Ivy League city. If he did so, he would have reached the market in a heartbeat. Alas, he totally forgot about it since he got rushed by Asna to play cards before the game started. While Felix was speeding like a madman on the road, Princess Bird and her father conversed about him in the VIP room. What did you find, father? Princess Bird asked softly while peeking from behind her father's head at the holograms that appeared and disappeared in a heartbeat. Be quiet. The chief shushed her down and carried on his research. Currently, he wasn't looking for Felix but the bloodline library that he had been gathering for ages now. He took great pride in it since only a couple of bloodlines had not been registered in it. That made him be known as the bloodline collector within his circle. Yet, no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find a single bloodline that possessed Felix's size manipulation ability. He even went and searched through legendary Tier 7 bloodlines and the only thing he found was enlargement ability that allows the user to grow in size only. After another minute of search, the chief had finally raised his hands in defeat unwillingly. To be called the bloodline collector yet not find even a single ability that lad had used, sigh, those fogies are going to have a blast mocking me. The chief mumbled to himself in annoyance while waving his hand at the holograms. Ring ring. Speak of the devil. The chief smiled bitterly after seeing that he was being invited to a group call. The moment Princess Bird heard the ringing sound, she stopped moving and breathing, acting as a static tree. Alicia, go play somewhere else. The chief shooed Princess Bird with his hand but she didn't respond. After turning around and seeing her behavior, his eyebrows twitched in vexation. You wanna listen that badly? Alas, Princess Bird still didn't react and continued her static act. Fine. The chief pressed on except while threatening, you better remain like that without interfering. Princess Bird's eyes brightened up in delight while focusing on the emerging 4 holograms in front of the chief. Each hologram was displaying a close-up face of a person. There were 3 men and 1 woman. All of them appeared charming and quite otherworldly, unlike the chief who seemed natural. Old bird, we were just discussing that lad's abnormal abilities and bloodlines. The man in the center sighed and said, we couldn't find anything from our data. We hope that you share with us your findings from your collection. Another one requested. The chief lips twitched at the request but he still came clean and told them that he found nothing as well. Just as the chief expected, he didn't escape getting ridiculed and mocked after his response by those 3 men. However, the woman didn't let the farce carry on for long as she said coldly. Stop wasting my time. She narrowed her eyes and informed them solemnly, make a decision fast on how to deal with this situation. The royal family is going to receive the news soon. Plus, the other empires and kingdoms are also going to send their people to locate landlord. Find. Authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number S6 months efforts, _52595148479056831 for visiting. The mood got pretty tense after hearing so. The chief and the 3 men knew that currently, everyone was interested in finding out the source of Felix's abnormality. However, they were worried only about the Mariana royal family making a move. As for the 100 or so of the kingdoms in Mariana's territory, they were not considered a legitimate kingdom in their eyes or worthy enough to be placed in the same breath as them. Even if by chance one of them managed to locate Felix luckily, they would hand him to either them or the royal family if they still wanted their kingdom to carry on its operations. Their thoughts weren't based on arrogance or pride but simply due to their kingdom's absolute strength over the rest. When their kingdoms got combined, even the Mariana royal family needed to show proper respect. Hence, they were worried only about the royal family getting to Felix first or the source behind him. Even the empires and other forces outside of Mariana's empire territory weren't much of a threat since their network could never be as good as them in their territory. So it might look like every power was targeting Felix, it was in fact just those 3 superpowers and the royal family. Let's hasten our plans then. The chief asked, what do we know about him so far? We know that lad must be somewhere in the Mariana Empire since his first 3 games were played in this region. We also know that he barely interacts with anyone as landlord and he keeps distance from everyone. We know that he had joined Silverhammer School in 3 months before and Blade Splitters School last month. Give me a moment. The man in the middle, who was reading from the list, paused for a couple of seconds and continued, my subordinates had just brought new intel. It seems like landlord is sharing an apartment in the Ivy League city with 3 players. 2 males and 1 female. Oh? That's quite good. The chief asked, can we buy them? It is possible since no one will say no to free money, but... The man shook his head. The report says that he is barely in the apartment and when he is in it, he just greets them and locks himself in his room. I see. The chief rubbed his chin and said, just buy them anyways and add more coins if they are willing to attempt and befriend him. Who knows, he might let out some info about his real persona by some chance. My thoughts exactly. The woman nodded her head. After so, the man carried on his report, which was quite useless as that information had zero connection with Felix's real persona. Cough. Princess Bird, who was listening to their conversation without breathing out loud, couldn't help but cough lightly and interrupt the man from his report. She couldn't handle it anymore as his information was even worse than what she collected in the past 6 months. Can I say something? She asked softly while fiddling with her clothes. Didn't I tell you to remain silent? The chief instantly scolded her, now be quiet or I will kick you out of the room. Now, sir. Maganda, no need to be so uptight. The woman said gently, go ahead little bird, say your piece. Thank you auntie. Princess Bird smiled smugly at her vexed father and said, I have been using my personal money and subordinates to try and locate landlord in the past 6 months. Everyone got intrigued after hearing so. They understood that every information they currently possessed was gotten with minimum effort and resources. They didn't commit to manhunting Felix right at the start since they knew that wasn't going to be easy in the slightest. Difficult in the sense, hundreds of millions to even billions were needed to gain a tiny piece of useful information that could lead to his location. For example, figuring out who was responsible for delivering to Felix and bribing him to give them a piece of indirect information without breaking the delivery contract. That could be done quite easily. One of the methods was simply following the deliveryman's path during his journey. Another was requesting the deliveryman take a picture of planet Earth, city, town, etc., and post them on his social media feed. There were many other ingenious ways to go around the standard contract that was signed before each delivery. But a hefty amount of coins needed to be paid and Felix wasn't yet on those seniors' radar since the only abnormality he had was his multiple inducements. They wanted to see first if he lucked out on a singular bloodline that was capable of doing so, or he had a method to increase inducements in all of his other bloodlines before they make a decision. But, Felix went on and showed them another abnormal bloodline from another element. Only now were they fully committed to the chase and they were planning on using whatever resources they had to get him. This meant Princess Bird was actually the only one committed to finding Felix since they separated after the shuffle maze. She was ahead 6 months than any other superpower. The first words that came out of her lips had already shown that she wasn't messing around. I have already found 5 primary suspects after eliminating 911 candidates. She crossed her arms above her chest and said with a smug smile, I am confident that landlord is 70% one of those 5 bloodliners. The seniors went quiet for a second before starting to rain on Princess Birds with praises on her astonishing work. They didn't expect that the Maganda chief's youngest daughter, who's known for being playful and useless, actually to provide them with such a valuable piece of information. Chapter 345, The Alliance and the Royal Family. 5 primary suspects already? Hell, they knew that for others to get those 5, they needed at least 8 months and almost a 3 billion SC to reach them from the massive numbers of bloodliners there were in the Empire. After all, they needed to eliminate every suspect by paying bribes. How long and much was that going to cost them? Haha, Little Bird is truly a talented tracker. Well, of course. Princess Bird bragged with her chin pointed at the sky, I have been tracking all of the bastards players who made fun of my height in the last couple of years. No one escaped my grasp and landlord isn't going to escape either. But he never called you short. The chief wanted to say so out loud, but seeing his daughter enjoying the praises of his allies, he didn't want to ruin her moment. After she basked enough, Princess Bird snapped her finger and 5 holograms had been manifested in front of the seniors. Each hologram had full names, UVR IDs, and details underneath it. 2 of them even had a picture of the suspect. Princess Bird pointed her finger at the last hologram on the right side and informed, "This bloodliner is called Aladdin Musk. He is currently residing on a planet that was 90% sand and 10% water. He was my 5th suspect since he was using the legendary brown copperhead serpent as his bloodline and had utilized only 3 inducements that were similar to Landlord." She pressed on his details and they read them by themselves. "So, acid, paralyze, and sleepiness inducements. That's a good connection." The woman commentated. "Yes, but it wasn't enough to place him as my first suspect since he had only shown poison bombs, a poisonous aura, and finally infrared vision. The rest of the abilities, he never showed them before. However," she smirked and pointed at the planet's environment, "but now that we have seen that Landlord was a dual elementalist with a sand element, it is highly likely that it might be him." The seniors glanced at the golden planet and then at Aladdin's face. "Old bird, we will leave you this one to handle." Chief Maganda nodded his head in agreement and they all focused back on Princess Bird who was pointing at the next suspect. Like the first one, he was suspected since he had shown multiple inducements and abilities closely related to Felix. However, his body shape was wholly different than Felix's as he was at least 2 meters in height. Since it was impossible to change height in the SG, he was placed in the 4th suspect list. He wasn't removed from the list because of potions that could modify the user's shape. This meant this man might have drunk one before participating in the games to make it even more difficult to suspect him. Felix could have done the same but the side effects of those potions were too much to bear. In the worst cases, the effect could stay permanently. Since it was the doing of a potion, the bones weren't going to be as tough as they used to. Felix wanted none of that shit. But the seniors and Princess still had considered it. After a while, Princess Bird had finished her presentation of each suspect. Unsurprisingly, none of them were Felix. Heck, Felix probably didn't even make it to the candidates list since whatever he had shown in real life wasn't streamed in the UVR. How was Princess Bird supposed to find him when even planet Earth wasn't known yet in the UVR? If the Earthlings team had played their game earlier, they might have left a tiny mark in the Alexander's Kingdom search engine. But at this moment, only the Gamma organization and some non-natives knew about their existence. Even if someone had filmed Felix using his abilities and posted them in the UVR, those videos would be almost invisible with all of the infinite data shared in the UVR each second. If, this was a big if. Princess Bird managed to find the posted video somehow and watch it, she would only place him in the candidate list and get rid of him later. That's because, Felix had shown only poison bombs, super strength, paralyze inducement that had a relation with Landlord. This was even worse than the 5th primary suspect. Not mentioning, Felix's use of hypotension inducement that he never showed as Landlord or, poison pillars, poison absorption, and lastly semi-morphing. He was a whole different person compared to Landlord and even a retard could see it unless they would assume right off the bat that Felix had more than 6 abilities. Naturally, all of this was merely hypothetically speaking since Princess Bird hadn't even noticed Felix or planet Earth yet. Her full focus was placed on those innocent 5 suspects who were about to experience hell due to Felix unbeknownst to them. I still haven't sent anyone to get them since my father refused to entertain my research results before. Princess Bird humphed with a displeased expression but still carried on. 3 of those suspects are living in advanced planets which were under the rulership of the royal family and the other 2 were under either a kingdom or still holding into their independency with the SG Alliance. It's good that you didn't make a move. The woman sighed in relief, you might have just alerted them and still wouldn't capture them. I know. Princess Bird glared at her abashed father, if you listened to me, we would have made a move even earlier. Cough, I think your sisters are calling for you. Not wanting to get scolded by his own daughter in front of his allies, the chief swiftly snapped his finger and teleported Princess Bird outside of the room. You. I will tell Mom about th. Princess Bird's furious voice resounded one last time before she completely disappeared from the room. Cough, where were we? Indifferent to the scornful looks he was getting, the chief merely asked while scratching his beardless chin. Thankfully, they were discussing a serious matter. Thus, the seniors continued their discussion where they left it. It was splitting the 5 primary suspects each for one of them to take care of. We need our operations to be discreet and also friendly. The chief said, we want the source behind that lad and not him per se. So, we can't make it difficult for him lest we anger the person or the background behind him that was responsible for his abnormality. Agreed. Soft approach at the start would be beneficial. Check first if he had that tail mutation. The woman reminded them, after all, Little Bird's information is quite outdated. That goes without saying. Everyone agreed to the notion and dove into the primary problem they were going to face, the royal family. It's going to be tough to extract those 3 bloodliners from planets belonging to the royal family. The man in the left side, we need to make a move without exposing that our alliance is behind it, lest the royal family end up protecting them at all cost. The chief and the rest of the men supported his claim, unlike the woman who just sneered at their reaction. Are we going to continue acting like rats? They already know that we want them dead to change the rulership of the empire, so what's the point of this needless wait? Here we go again. The man in the center sighed and requested, Chief, you take care of it this time. The chief smiled bitterly and repeated for the 1000th times to this stubborn woman who only had battles and wars in her mind, Zazia, can you drop this subject already? Our alliance might seem indeed strong enough to contest against the waned royal family. But in reality, they are simply hiding their strength deeply waiting for us to make a move rashly and get rid of us all at once. I don't know about the rest, but I don't trust your eagle foresight. She snorted, it was working 5% of the time, 95% it was just feeding you utter bullshit. I don't care if you believe what I saw in the future or not, but this alliance is based on votes. The chief shrugged his shoulders and raised his hand in the air. Please raise your hand if you think it is the best move to delay the declaration of war until 15 years later or so. Unsurprisingly, everyone raised their hands but Zazia, who was left gritting her teeth in anger. All of you are useless. The chief eyed her solemnly and said, I understand your reason for hating the royal family, but please understand that we allied not to fulfill your revenge but to bring the Mariana Empire's glory. A glory that was stripped at the hands of those filthy useless royal generation. The man in the middle finished the sentence for him with a fuming tone. Upon hearing so, Zazia calmed down a bit but she still asked with a tingle of weariness in her tone, then when? I have been waiting for more than 80 years and I can't hold it any longer. The chief smiled faintly with a hidden glint and said, didn't we just get the opportunity that we were waiting for? Zoja's eyes brightened up after hearing so. She instantly understood that he was referring to Felix. If we managed to get the source that made those strong bloodlines, we might have a chance to do a lot of things and reach new heights. The seniors nodded their heads in anticipation of that day. But for now, they were still required to locate Felix as fast as possible and they needed to utilize every method possible instead of just using Princess Bird's list. Hence, Zazia proposed, I suggest that we contact Landlord privately and see if he is willing to meet with us in the UVR. All right, each to his own on this matter. The man in the center smirked faintly, I will be inviting him to the royal palace of my kingdom and see if one of my daughters caught his eyes. Ha ha ha. Old geezer going straight for the oldest trick in the book. The chief chuckled and said, you try that and I will be requesting my daughter to invite him into the galactical yearly auction event as my +1. Hopefully, he agrees. Oh? It might actually work. Zazia affirmed, that event is well sought for by everyone in the galaxy and if Landlord didn't have any other method to obtain an invitation link, he would almost certainly accept it. The senior on the left hologram nodded his head and said, let's start planning on how to buy him over. We don't have much time before the event starts. Upon hearing so, the seniors got into a discussion while the chief had sent a message to his daughter, requesting her to send an email to Felix. He decided to use his daughter since she had some connection with Felix and it wouldn't appear as weird as a random invitation from a total stranger like him. Naturally, he made sure that Felix knew that the invitation was actually from him. After receiving the email from his grumpy daughter and reading it softly, he nodded his head in satisfaction and told his daughter to send it. Then he joined the ongoing discussion with the rest. Chapter 346, Selling within the PPFT market. Meanwhile in the Ivy League city, the PPFT market. Felix was sitting on a comfortable armchair while having two humongous holograms placed in front of him. One of them was displaying the wrist webbing artifact plus the shield of Dominic while the other was showcasing the 100 randomized items in his prize pool. Due to the two artifacts, Felix's shop was receiving quite a lot of attraction. Well, it wasn't just due to them only as the three unique titles above his head were also helping him quite a lot. The Kraken Slayer, the Record Breaker, the wealthiest of them all, the Kraken Slayer clap clap. Felix waited until the applause ended before snapping his finger and showing the second wrist webbing artifact that he bought. If it wasn't for the players being dazed in the stadium, he wouldn't have emptied the artifact's stock in the prize pool. Probably Miss Mikasa and Golden Elixir were cursing him after realizing it. Shameless! Greedy bastard! Thank God, there is another. Meanwhile, everyone reacted differently to Felix's cunning ploy of showing only one in stock while hiding the second to keep the price always high. Felix shrugged his shoulders carelessly after noticing that few players walked away while huffing in anger. He looked at the rest and said with a pretty smile, "Ladies, gentlemen, it's all yours." Henceforth, another round of vicious bidding began yet again and ended after the last bid reached 850 GP this time. After so, Felix informed the winner to wait for a minute until the last item gets auctioned. Obviously, it was the Shield of Dominic. This one was well received by the players since it was one of the best defensive artifacts in their integration level. Although they couldn't use it in games, they could still benefit from its protection in the real world. Thus, the final bid had reached a whopping 1,300 GP. Clap clap! Thank you all for attending my small and humble auction. Felix nodded towards the players respectfully and pointed at his prize pool hologram. Feel free to browse anything to your liking while I deal with those gentlemen. After Felix said so, he stopped bothering the players and placed his attention on the three bidders. Without wasting time, Felix sent them 3 standard contracts to sign. This was exactly like the one he signed when he first purchased in the PPFT market. When the players asked the Queen to check for loopholes and found nothing, they immediately signed it and wired him 2,390 GP, 2,350 GP, and 4,300 GP respectively. In return, Felix sent them the serial code of the items and said with a polite smile, "Glad to do business with you. Likewise. I wish you die in your next game, greedy bastard. Thank you for the shield." Although he got cursed by the one who bought the second wrist webbing, Felix still smiled in satisfaction after seeing that had earned a total of 3,040 GP pure profit from those transactions. That was due to his 5% commission on each item plus the bet amount. Those were just the 3 pre-purchased items. Felix could still gain more if those players decided to buy something from his prize pool. After seeing that everyone was engrossed in his prize pool list, Felix took advantage of the free time to check on his earnings from the game. He still hadn't checked due to time constraints. After all, the moment he left the stadium he rushed here. When he placed his shop, everyone gathered to buy those auctioned items. Only now was he somewhat free to see his gains. Hopefully, I earned quite a large sum from the streaming revenue. Felix rubbed his hands in anticipation and requested from the Queen to show him his gains. / Winning wish, double value. Nomination to the yearly Best Low ELO Player in the Galaxy. It will be hosted at the end of the year. For more information please click here. Unique title, The Kraken Slayer. Total streaming revenue, 0.01% from game points / 1% from popularity / 3% from victory 4.6 billion SC. Game points collected solo, 9,500 GP //. Holy shit! Felix couldn't help but exclaim out loud, startling the players around him. However, he didn't give a shit about the weird looks he was getting as he simply kept gazing in shock at the streaming revenue he obtained. He knew that he was going to earn quite a lot since he had secured a win, but he didn't expect that it would be this much. "Queen, can you calculate how much I earned from just my fans?" he requested. 3.6 million individuals had chosen you as their reason for spectating. The Queen paused. Based on the price tickets they paid, you have earned 1.2 billion SC from them only. Hee, thank you Queen. Felix chuckled foolishly after hearing that his cute fans had gotten him a billion SC alone. He never managed to get so much support from his fans in his previous life. Well, although he was technically in gold, he was still one of the players who were struggling to reach peak tier in it. Hence, he was always having 100,000 fans coming to watch him and help him earn some money after he loses. Things are truly different. I should probably check on my cute fans' website. Felix smiled faintly and closed down the earning hologram. He already knew of the rest. Bro, I want to buy X7 little Kraken suckers. Felix's thought process was broken by a player demanding a transaction. Felix nodded his head and sent him the standard contract, which was signed in a heartbeat. After getting the payment, Felix gave him the serial code and sent him away. I should probably buy the elemental material before they get sold out. Felix straightaway clicked on purchase greater than 5 purity fountain drop 5 grams of dark fly dust win streak button. Immediately after a hologram emerged before him. /1, surrender coupon. Allow the user to be teleported outside of the game in a split second. The user will still lose a tier and all the rewards obtained in the game. 1 use /365 days before expiring. 2. A tier lose exempt coupon. Allow the user to avoid the tier loss penalty. 1 use /365 days before expiring. 3. 30% discount tickets coupon X3. After activation, any spectator choosing you in the next game will have a 30% discount on any ticket price. 1 use /365 days before expiring, //. Hehe, not bad at all. Felix was quite satisfied with his luck as those two first coupons could be used as a combo. Surrender and activate tier lose exempt to avoid the penalty. This would lead to avoiding death or any trouble inside the game while also maintaining the tier. This tier lose coupon was quite common and sometimes it might appear as a hidden prize in the prize pool, allowing the players to purchase it with game points. The Alliance did so to facilitate the climb a little for the players. There was also another coupon that had the opposite effect, making the players climb 2 tiers instead of 1. Meanwhile, the discount coupon was also quite useful to him since many more fans would be willing to attend the stadium and contest for tickets when they see the 30% discount. Felix wasn't surprised that he had gotten an extra coupon than last time since he knew that for each win he obtained, he would be getting an extra coupon. As long as the win streak continues, he would keep getting more and more coupons to help him in his climbing journey. Felix had no intentions of stopping his winning streak now. Who knows, he might actually surpass the longest recorded win streak in the history of the SG platform. Chapter 347, Living with Snakes. After a while, the area around Felix was being emptied noticeably after most noteworthy items had been either purchased here or some of the players in Felix's 4th game had gotten them. Whatever it was, the prize pool list was now trash since no one bothered to buy common items that were usually found in most prize pools. Upon seeing so, Felix decided to close down his shop as he was more than satisfied by the total amount gotten from his run. Now, his points had been increased to 15k GP from 10k. This meant he had actually earned 5000 GP and from all of his transactions. This number wasn't normal or doable since thousands of gold players just like Felix had placed their shops in the area. So, there was a vicious competition on whose items were going to be sold faster. Those 3 titles had provided immense help to Felix so he could excel above most gold players' shops. After he closed his shop, Felix went to the parking lot of the PPFT Mountain and rode on a silver-thin car that he purchased to be used in the Ivy League city. Whoosh! The moment he pressed auto drive to a preset destination, he had to wait a couple of minutes before he got permission to lift off. Then, the car drove in a specific line away from other hover cars, mounts, etc. It took him 10 minutes to reach the newly added residential mountain where he bought a room in a shared apartment. He parked his car in the parking lot and walked through the packed pedestrian sidewalk towards the complex. Any transportation method wasn't allowed in the residential area since the roads had been shortened to leave more space for lodging. A few minutes later, Felix reached the complex and took the ground elevator. His apartment was on the middle floor of the complex. Yet, it took the elevator more than 5 minutes to reach it since the building was exceedingly tall, reaching almost 2 kilometers in height. Naturally, every residential building was as high as this one to milk most of the players' game points during the residential auctions. Although there was possibly more than 800 floors in this building with tens of apartments in each floor, it was still fully packed without a single room to spare. After all, the Ivy League was a galaxy-wide organization that was open to all the players worthy enough to join. TI ring. After the elevator stopped, Felix walked on a long hallway that was leading to his apartment. As he was walking, he kept appreciating the scenery of the Ivy League from this height. The hallway's right side had glass windows, making it possible to stand and enjoy the city's magnificence. Meanwhile, the left side was packed with rooms stacked next to each other, literally. There were barely 2 meters between each door. On his way, Felix met with players entering and exiting through these doors without any signs of discomfort. This was due to the space manipulation done to the apartments, making them spacious inside while saving space to add more apartments. One could only revel on the organization's profits from selling those apartments as each room cost from 1,500 GP to 2,500 GP. 2 months ago, Felix had joined hands with 3 players and secured an apartment for themselves with 8,000 GP in the auction. The amount was split into 4, making Felix pay 2,000 GP for a single room. But it was worth it since there was a lot to do in the Ivy League than the eyes could meet. Peep. After a long walk, Felix had finally reached his apartment door and scanned his bracelet to open it up. However, before the scan was completed, the door was opened on its own from the inside. Oh! Welcome back, Mr. Landlord. Felix was greeted by a clean-cut man with black boxing-like gloves on his hands and a black bandana on his forehead. He appeared like a boxer who was heading to the gym. Thank you, Sir Fury. Felix nodded his head politely and entered the apartment. However, before he went far, he heard Sir Fury congratulate him loudly, "Good work on the game. I have watched some highlights and you have truly shown in it." Felix waved his hand without turning his head and continued on his way. Tisk, it's going to be hard to befriend this blockhead. Sir Fury didn't show any unusual reaction, but his thoughts were quite different. Seeing Felix was out of sight, he shrugged his shoulders and closed the door after he left. He seemed extra friendly, don't you think? Asna said while narrowing her eyes. No. Felix denied while walking towards his room. If he truly watched my highlights, that's just a polite reaction to do. I would have said the same as well. First, I doubt you will do the same, you lying asshole. Second, I don't know. Asna placed her hand under her chin and said, something feels off about him, I can feel it. Hey! Did you turn into an expert in human behaviorism after watching dramas or what? Felix laughed, don't kid yourself. F***ck off. Asna insulted lazily. Just as Felix wanted to respond, he was met with the sight of a girl, showing a bit of her skin as she laid on a couch while watching a hologram. She was quite attractive, especially when she was exposing some of her assets. The moment Felix saw the way she was dressing, he knitted his eyebrows slightly. Okay, that's a bit weird. Alas, the weirder part had yet to come as the girl exclaimed in delight the moment she saw Felix. Lordy! Welcome back! Thank you! Felix was quite confused by her friendliness, which she had never exhibited before, not to him or any roommate in this apartment. He knew that she was just like him, quite distant and detached, unlike the other two players with them. She always wore decent clothes when she was outside of her room. So, he was pretty bewildered by the situation. However, after being reminded of what Asna said about Sir Fury, he started sensing that something didn't add up. The girl patted the side of the couch and requested with puppy eyes, "Can you please tell me how it felt to slay the Kraken? I always wanted to do something like that, but I never muster the required courage to pull it off. It felt like shit." Felix smiled faintly and said, "Hope that satisfied your question." Then, he went to his room and opened it up with his bracelet without giving crap to the dumbfounded girl. He didn't lie though, as he still could taste the blood of the Kraken in his lips after literally penetrating his entire head. Slam! Bastard! The girl cursed the moment she broke out of her daze. She glared at his room for a second and snapped her finger, changing her clothes back to normal. Did it work? A message abruptly was sent in her mind. No, the girl started biting her nails. "Sir Fury, you are the smart one, try to figure something out to bridge the distance between us. Otherwise, the payers would take back their money if we didn't give them any useful information." "How about Salma?" Sir Fury inquired. "Was she bought as well?" "I think she didn't receive the message since she is still in a game," the girl said after glancing at her bracelet. "All right, no need to rush things out." "Sir," Fury said, "we were given 3 months to make progress." "Okay." While they were conversing behind Felix's back, he was lying on a bathtub with his eyes focused on a hologram that was displaying the Bounty Hunter website. After he entered his SGID, Felix found that there were 3 pages just concerning him only. I will be damned. Felix's eyelids twitched at the sight of the missions, ranging from asking for his head to useful information about his private life. Some offered only 50 million while some were offering up to 1 billion SC for his real-life location. Although this website was for hunting heads in the games, it had already branched out to accepting other missions since it wasn't that easy to cheat the clients. With the Queen's existence, the website didn't need to do anything but place the missions and receive a symbolic fee from those transactions. Felix entered the website straight away after realizing that his roommates were acting oddly, as Asna said. Naturally, he couldn't avoid a big fat "I told you so" from the smug Asna. Felix numbly accepted it and started wondering if his roommates' extra friendlessness was due to those missions or someone else had straightaway bought them since they were the closest ones to him. Whatever it was, nothing much would change because Felix never had any intentions to befriend them. All of their efforts were bound to be wasted, and he was happy to see them jump around him like monkeys. That's if they actually managed to see him, as those private rooms were big enough to have their bedrooms, bathrooms, and even a dining table. He didn't need to leave his room at all unless he was heading outside. Hehe, as long as I don't use sand and utilize the new poison abilities set that I created for the PSG, I will be off the suspect list. Felix chuckled as he closed down the website. However, the moment he noticed his tail, he started feeling a bit nervous that Olivia and the rest of his cousins would notice the similarity. After all, they had already suspected him once due to his poison abilities relation, but still removed those thoughts after noticing the different abilities used. But if they managed to watch the 4th game and saw that he had the same tail beside the different color, slight suspicion was bound to raise again in their minds. At the end of the day, what were the odds of a coincidence happening twice in a row? However, Felix believed that their suspicion would be overcome by everything else that he showed in the game, which had zero relation to his real self. But belief wasn't a certainty, and there was always a slight chance that something might go bad and derail from his expectations. Weren't most of Felix's plans and expectations known for derailing? Chapter 348, Needing Coins ASAP. Whatever, I can only prepare for the worst and wish it won't happen. Felix murmured while closing down the Bounty's website. Then, he visited his Fang Club website, wanting to check if they changed anything due to his unexpected elemental change to sand. As he expected, the first thing that was changed was the club's name, as it wasn't called Landlord of Inducements Club but just Landlord's Fang Club. Haha, how bold of them! Felix couldn't but laugh after seeing it. He understood that he wasn't the only one who picked Landlord name in the SG platform. Heck, when he registered, he was given the number 6996 after his name. That number represented every player who chose it as well. After Felix's registration, there must be other players who chose the name after him, adding more to the mix. So when the club named itself just Landlord, it was going to be quite difficult for new members to find their website online. The only way to avoid this was by making the club be the first result that popped up after someone typed in the name in the search engine. This would need combined effort by Felix and the management crew in the club to reach. It seems that leader Emma is doing everything to make my name reach far and wide. Felix smiled with a pleased expression at her loyalty and hard work. I should probably contact her. Felix pondered while rubbing his chin. I still need a private agent after all. Felix never bothered with private agents/managers since he was still in bronze and silver before. He understood that if he accepted sponsors' offers for clothes, shoes, or have the sponsor's name in his hoodie, he was going to be stuck with them for 3 to 5 games based on the contract he signed. What's worse, the paid amount for the sponsorship was going to be shit, not surpassing even 50 million SC. Since Felix knew that he would reach gold in no time and start playing games galaxy-wide, he didn't rush with sponsors, ads, or such and just waited until he made it here. Now, any company wanting to sponsor him and make an ad for themselves needed to pay at least 300 million SC at a minimum. Felix didn't mind making free money by accepting some of them, but he also didn't want to get entangled in those business matters. Since he needed a private agent, why not offer the opportunity to leader Emma, who proved her loyalty to him, instead of a random agent who he knew nothing about? Obviously, he was merely giving her a chance to prove her competence for the position. If she failed to impress him, he could only look for another one. His email inbox was probably on the verge of exploding from offers, and he wasn't going to have a tough time getting a good agent. Speaking about emails, Felix had decided to check on his inbox real quick to see if he received any invitations to auctions or gatherings. Queen, please filter invitations to auctions and gatherings from the rest. He requested while opening up his inbox and seeing that there were more than 100k unread emails. Those were already the filtered ones from useless emails sent by randoms, trolls, scammers, fans, etc. Soon, the inbox was left with only 3,000 emails. Felix asked the Queen to pick only emails from noteworthy establishments and high ELO players. By doing so, Felix was left with only 24 emails, which were still quite too much. But, he decided to read them one by one and see if anything attracted his interest. After a while, Felix finished reading the entire pack and was quite delighted by most of them. It turned out, he had received a permanent invitation to attend multiple monthly private auctions like the Beethaven auction. This meant, he could attend it each month without needing any recommendation letter. Heck, he was actually given the rights to give those letters and also invite a +1. Yet, he wasn't excited that much about this one but by the Galactical yearly auction event that was going to be hosted in a private venue. It wasn't just a single auction but an event hosted by multiple renowned auction houses, lasting for 7 days straight and held in a single closed-off area. Since it was galaxy-wide, it was impossible to secure an invitation as there wasn't a lot to go around for high ELO players, authoritative figures, and their +1. Naturally, Felix wasn't given an invitation by the hosts since he wasn't at that level yet to compete for one against those individuals. He read the invitation from Princess Bird as she had informed him that her father wanted him to be his +1 in the event. Felix was quite startled when he saw it before, but after knowing the hidden motives, he didn't feel that it was that strange. He knew that if he accepted the invitation, he would be asked about his bloodlines and even get bought off by the chief. Although he understood that it was going to be a shitty experience, he still wanted to go. Why wouldn't he? This 7 days event was going to have everything that he desired and also within a reasonable price range. Elemental potion will be there, its materials will be there, illusion energy stones and high-tiered bloodlines will also be there. Not to mention, artifacts, potions, natural treasures, technologies, ancient ruins maps, slaves, and more. This was an opportunity that wasn't going to repeat for a long time and Felix had no intentions of missing it. Plus, if he attended, he wouldn't need to worry about having his purchases getting found out by the Maganda chief since the queen would be hosting them as usual. It was quite easy to make an anonymous bid in his mind without anyone knowing about it. 11 billion SC will do nothing much in this auction against those filthy rich F***ers. I need more. Felix closed his eyes and started thinking about other ways to earn quick revenue without needing to invest since the event was only 15 days away based on the content of the invitation. He didn't have a lot of time and Felix hoped to gather 20 to 30 billion SC without selling the business assets that he worked hard to get. Naturally, the first idea that came to his mind was selling the Hormongondra's language to the queen. Based on her words, the language was worth 10 billion SC. Too bad, getting the language was impossible since Asna or the Hormongondra couldn't just plant the memories in his mind. They could read them but they had absolutely no control over them. This meant Felix needed to be taught the language to write it down and sell it to the queen. Obviously, when he asked Asna to be his teacher she vehemently refused since it would take too much of her efforts. For a lazy pig like her, she would rather die than waste months and months teaching a blockhead like Felix a completely new language. Meanwhile, Felix didn't want to request the Hormongondra to teach him since he invited him in his consciousness to chill and enjoy his time, not work him out. This resulted in the language being wasted. In fact, Asna admitted that she had plenty of other languages just as ancient as the Hormongondra's ones due to her possessing the souls of millions of individuals who broke into her prison. She knew that Felix was definitely going to ask for others to be taught and sold as well. She wasn't going to put herself in that situation. Hence, Felix was left to look at Asna's stupid face that was probably worth trillions of coins without any way to get them. As much as it pained him, Felix stopped thinking about this method and focused on other ones. What can I take advantage of or who can I take advantage of? Thoughtful, Felix kept washing his body gently while contemplating deeply about other solutions. So far, he eliminated gambling, selling languages, investing, getting a loan from a bank, buying prize pool items with his game points then selling them later with supremacy coins, and quite a few more. Each one had its own issues. Can I sell something in the auctions? Felix scratched his chin while doing quick research on the rules of the yearly auction event. Upon seeing that the guests were allowed to auction their items after appraisal, Felix started checking his memories if he had any items worthy of being sold. All I have is garbage that would be too shameful to be sold in the event next to ruins maps and. Wait a minute. Splosh. Felix abruptly stood on his feet, feeling like a lightning bolt struck him after a sudden ingenious idea had taken root in his mind. An idea that could potentially provide him with the amount he required without needing to break a single sweat. Chapter 349, Ancient Ruins. He, I am really such a fool for ignoring this method. Felix berated himself but he was still grinning in delight. Asna, I need you for a while. Felix requested while returning inside the bathtub. Arg, why do you keep asking me only? Asna complained after reading what he had in mind, isn't that old snake also lazing around, why don't you ask him? I don't mind helping. The Hormongondra smiled faintly while pressing pause on his remote control. Thank you for the offer, Elder, but please just carry on watching your series. Felix smiled gently, you still haven't finished them all but Asna was already on her third rewatch. F***CKU. I am watching them again cause there is nothing to do. Asna cursed him hatefully. Didn't I just give you something to do? Felix blinked his eyes innocently. How is it my fault that you keep rejecting them? I want new movies and series. She threw the remote control in anger. Not work for you. How about the usual? In the end, Felix didn't want to waste time bickering with her and simply offered the perfect solution to motivate her. I want 10 new movies. Asna didn't hesitate to start the bargaining with a stupid amount that was definitely going to be rejected. 10. Hat. Felix scoffed. You get 5 movies and 2 of them could be romance or drama. Deal. Asna instantly agreed as she was too lazy to bargain with him, especially when she knew that Felix had no issue bargaining for hours. Now get to work. Felix requested while bringing out an empty hologram. Start by searching for ruins that are going to be found out in this year or the next one. Without responding, Asna had closed her eyes and dove inside Felix's memories. This time she remained there for tens of minutes as the search wasn't easy in the slightest, especially when she was given a big range to look from. She needed to inspect every memory and moment that Felix in his previous life to not miss the information that he wanted. Since he gave her 2 years range without a specific month or day, she needed to see everything that happened from beginning to the end in that range. She wasn't complaining always for no reason, as it might look easy. It was nothing but that. The things she had to see while browsing through Felix's memories were going to stuck with her for a lifetime. Sometimes she sees memories of him getting bullied in the clan he was at, and sometimes she sees him venting his bottled-up emotions in red districts. The sights weren't pretty or even close to how Felix was currently at. But, she was already used to the drill, thus she merely bypassed those horrible memories and finally spotted the first ancient ruins information that Felix had. It wasn't like he possessed the information or someone handed it out to him privately, but it was on public view for all to see. It was due to the fact that when ancient ruins get fully explored and cleaned from treasures, the first original finders would either sell the information to the queen or turn the ruins into a tourist spot. Those ruins were always a hit for tourism since they belonged to ancient civilizations and sometimes to races who inhabited the galaxy way before humans even existed. Hence, they were money-printing machines even when fully explored. Especially if there were other entertainment platforms erected near the ancient ruins. Felix wanted Asna to find him the coordinates of those ancient ruins which were still unexplored in this lifetime. He was planning on auctioning the coordinates of those ruins that were going to be found in this year or the next one. He knew that it was impossible for him to take advantage of those ancient ruins since he wasn't strong enough to explore them alone. Alone in the sense, he hires a mercenary squad, slaves, or explorers to accompany him. He had no intentions to hire outsiders to do the job for him since they would be asking for at least 70% of everything found in the ancient ruins plus the mind-blowing fees of hiring them. It was within their own rights to ask for an exorbitant price since they would be risking their lives to explore those ruins as they were extremely dangerous. Felix knew that with body defenses, he would die without even knowing how. After all, there were mental affecting traps that could either kill him instantly or put him in an everlasting dream. Felix had no intentions of exploring ancient ruins unless he reached third stage of replacement. There was no point in seeking death so early. Hence, he could only sell the coordinations before they get located by the original explorers, just like in his previous life. At least he would earn billions of coins from them without dropping a sweat. Naturally, he would keep the rest of the information about other ancient ruins hidden so he could take advantage of them when he was strong enough. In a short while, Asna opened up her eyes and reported with a lazy tone, "I have found coordinations for 5 ruins that were found out in this year and next one." Hehe, what were they called? Felix grinned, "I remember only Fuji ruins and Sankara ruins since I visited them in the UVR. Just like everyone else, Felix also visited some ancient ruins for tourism in his previous life. But he preferred going to visit them in the UVR instead of real life since that was time efficient and also cheaper. Since the UVR had 100% realism, there wasn't any difference between the two versions of the ruins. especially when the queen was the one simulating the ruins into virtual in the UVR's room of the owner. Just like that, ancient ruins were bringing profit 3 times to the explorers. Hunting for treasures, turning them into a tourist spot, and lastly simulating it in the UVR. Felix had plans in the future to use this method on ancient ruins that he finished exploring. The other 3 are called Moonstaff Ruins, Devil's Cult Ruins, and lastly Dreamworld Ruins. Asna asked, "Which coordinations do you want to know first?" Felix cracked his fingers and said, "Start with Fuji Ruins. Latitude 53.273449 th, longitude 7.77832031, 7th planet in 987 AA Solar System, 1978th Stellar District, Guardian Empire Territory, in the Milky Way Galaxy." Asna straightaway gave him the full address, or in this sense could be considered as the pinpoint coordinations to the ancient ruins. Felix wrote it down in his holographic notepad and requested her to continue with the rest. A couple of minutes later, Felix had noted them all and double-checked with Asna about every single detail. He couldn't afford to have a mistake in them lest he ends up paying a penalty when the buyers find that nothing in that area. After all, a single different letter or a number in the solar system or stellar district would send the buyers into a different area that was hundreds to thousands of light years away from the ancient ruins. "Good work, lazy head. Give me my movies. Stop whining, we will watch one tonight." Felix offered politely, "Elder, you are welcome to join." "Thank you, child." "No. That's unfair. I worked hard for them." The Hormungandr accepted the offer under the displeased cries of Asna, who didn't like that one bit. Alas, neither Felix nor the Hormungandr bothered to entertain her tantrum. "They are probably going to net me 18 billion SC plus." Felix grinned widely while glancing at his 5 treasures that were going to be placed in the upcoming galactical auction event. He was confident in his pricing since the ancient ruins could offer way more than that to the buyers. It pained him a bit that he would have to let go of them, but he knew that holding into the information was going to bring him nothing. "Asna, did you check on the ruins tiers?" Felix abruptly asked after remembering such a vital piece of information. "Fuji is a Tier 3 ruins, Moonstaff is a Tier 4 ruins, Sankrur is a Tier 4 ruins, Devil Cult and Dreamworld are Tier 6 ruins respectively." Asna replied with an annoyed expression. "Good. 3 of them are going to net me quite a lot compared to the others." Felix nodded his head in satisfaction. He knew that the ancient ruins with a lower tier number were actually the ones most wanted by everyone. That's because the lower the tier, the less dangerous the ancient ruins were going to be. Meanwhile, those with tier 5 plus were not as desirable since the dangers inside were assessed to be potentially life-threatening to even peak 6th stage bloodliners. Since ancient ruins weren't always filled with treasures, ancient belongings, and things that were worth endangering one's life for, not everyone preferred exploring higher-tiered ancient ruins. Even if they found treasures inside, who could be certain that those treasures weren't going to be just garbage items or broken ones? There were so many uncertainties in ancient ruins explorations, and the danger/risk wasn't always correspondent to rewards in it. Hence, it was always better to choose one that was assessed to have lower danger. At least the explorers would keep their lives if they found the ancient ruins to be a bust. In the ancient ruins where Felix had found Asna, those weren't assessed yet since the clan members decided to explore it themselves instead of informing the clan first. If they did, the clan would have sent an inspection professional crew who were equipped with gadgets and knowledge to assess the ancient ruins tiers without risking their lives. Thankfully, they didn't make that decision. Otherwise, Felix wouldn't have gotten this second chance to redo his life. "Alright, let's do a quick research on ruins maps, prices and such." Felix created a new hologram and started preparing himself with adequate knowledge about the ancient ruins industry as a whole. It was an entire world on its own, but Felix willingly dove to learn more about it just to not get cheated when signing the contracts. If someone was going to be cheated, it would always be others. Chapter 350, The Ivy League Training Center Mountain. After a couple of hours, Felix had decided to stop his research for now and leave the bathtub. He was in it for quite a long time already. He threw a towel on him and went to his bedroom. After changing to his usual landlord's outfit, he sat on his bed and opened his email inbox. He went to his Fang Club website and obtained leader Emma's contact details. Then, he wrote her an email, entailing that he wanted to discuss the club matters with her tomorrow morning. Tearing. All right, now we got that over with, let's test those seeker shoes. The moment Felix saw that his email was sent, he stood up and went outside of his room. Cluck. The door automatically closed behind him and wouldn't open unless his bracelet was scanned. Felix looked around the living room as he walked towards the apartment's door. It seems like those morons want to keep things natural for now. He mused after not seeing any one of them camping outside of his room. Whatever. He shrugged his shoulders and went outside of the apartment. Cluck. After Felix reached his car, he turned it on and waited a minute or two until he gets assigned a somewhat trafficless destination to the training center mountain. After all, if there wasn't some traffic system in this humble mountain chain, there would be chaos when everyone starts flying whenever they feel like it. Thankfully, the wait for a preset destination never takes more than 5 minutes. You are free to fly. The moment Felix received permission, he pressed on the auto drive without lifting his head from a hologram in front of him. The hologram was displaying the seeker shoes that he bought and their details. Felix wasn't reading them since he already knew what they do. Instead, he was modifying the shoes to his liking. The most important modification was changing their size to fit his feet perfectly. Then, he changed the color scheme to white and black, keeping it simple. At last, he chose the style of the shoes to be modern-like. Specifically to appear like sports shoes that he usually wears. Those modifications were possible since the dwarf who invented them didn't just make a single style of seeker shoes and copy-paste them over and over again. Instead, he created them based on the notion that his buyers would range from orcs with big legs to goblins with small feet. He also took the cultural differences of each race. He created as many unique shoes as possible to make it easier for the buyers to feel comfortable wearing them like they were wearing their homeland clothes. Those modifications in creations weren't really negatively impacting the seeker shoes since the artifact core would always remain the same. The outer look or size was merely an external change. Felix didn't have trouble finding sports shoes in stock since clothes, shoes, hats, etc., had been made somewhat universal for anyone to wear due to the UVR connecting everyone. If it wasn't for so, the Dwarven wouldn't have made any modern-styled artifact with a somewhat human touch. It's already been 2,500 years since the human race CLU.S.turf*ck and the dwarf race had yet to forget about it or probably never will. After all, they were known for holding grudges and being as stubborn as a rock. In a short while, Felix had closed down the hologram after picking the right seeker shoes and clicking on the confirmation button. However, instead of sending the serial code to Bodadai, he decided to leave it with him for now since it wasn't worth the shipment price. He preferred waiting until he delivers it with all of the purchased items in the upcoming event at once. 5 minutes later, Felix had reached the training center mountain and went to park his car. After so, he walked towards one of the buildings erected on the mountain's summit. All of them were centers for training just like the one in the Androxa capital. The only difference would be the strength difference of those training inside. While in Androxa capital Greater Purity Bloodliner could secure a room or join a club, it was almost impossible for second stage Bloodliner to possess a room that belonged to him here. One needed to have a minimum strength of a peak stage 2 Bloodliner to secure it and actually attempt to defend it against challengers. This was just on the 20 bottom floors of each building. As for above it, unless one was a platinum player, the elevator wouldn't even lift them beyond the 20 floors. Felix still hadn't gotten a room of his own in the past 3 months since he tried to keep his sand abilities hidden. If he exposed them before the game, he wouldn't have played with the other players that easily, taking advantage of their ignorance about his element and abilities. He understood the concept of keeping one's cards hidden at all costs. But now? He went straight to the 19th floor and voiced the go-to taunt that never failed him, "Who wants to be a good lad and give me his training room?" The noisy floor he was on started to get quieter and quieter by the moment. Each player began to trade glances between them and Felix, who had his hands in his pockets. Then, cough, "My mom is calling me for dinner. My dog has died, I need to attend his funeral. I forgot to breathe. I need to log out. Whoosh. Whoosh." Dumbfounded, Felix kept staring at the players either log out instantly or give away a half-baked excuse before teleporting. No one was left behind on the floor beside Felix and a short man whose eyebrows kept twitching in annoyance at the sight. "Am I really that scary?" Felix pointed a finger at himself speechlessly while addressing the short man. "What do you think?" The short man shrugged his shoulders carelessly. "News of you slaying a nerfed Kraken has already gone viral in the past hours and they were talking about it just now." Felix facepalmed after hearing so. He completely forgot about it since he was fully engrossed in other matters. If he bothered to search on trending news, he would have seen that he was already in the top 10 of the Mariana Empire and top 100 on a galaxy-wide scale. Naturally, those ranks were just for SG platform news in the galaxy. Sigh, those bastards would probably not log for the entire day to avoid me. Felix smiled wryly and asked, "Leader, is there anyone in the training rooms now?" The short man chuckled and said, "I have already informed them not to show themselves." Felix's eyelids twitched in vexation at the sound of that. He didn't think that the entire floor was filled with just club members. He understood that this short dude was the club leader that owned this floor and there was no way he would throw one of his members for an outsider. "How about challenging me?" The short man tempted with an innocent smile, "If you win, I will give you the leadership of the Seven Sensations Club and ownership of the entire floor." "If I lose?" Felix asked. "You will join my club, of course." The short man cleaned his ears and said, "Simple, right?" Felix arched his eyebrows and asked, "What's your integration level?" Cough, peak 4th stage bloodliner, cough. Understandable. Have a nice day. Felix nodded his head and walked back to the elevator. "Wait. You haven't heard the rewards of joining my club. F***ck off." Felix sprinted towards the elevator after seeing that he was about to get chased. After getting himself inside the elevator, he closed it shut and wiped his sweaty forehead. He wasn't a retard to fight against that monster when there were other floors and rooms to take. He knew that the short man didn't lie about his integration level since it was a must to tell the truth to the challengers based on the training center's rules. After all, deaths were allowed in training centers with the known 24 hours penalty plus paying the revival fees. So challenges needed to be decided smartly instead of just challenging anyone who moves without repercussion. Those players bounced the moment they saw Felix and his tags were due to this reason. They understood that he was tough to win against and they might even get killed in the challenge. If that happened, they would lose their training rooms, get forced to wait 24 hours, pay the fees and finally attempt to challenge another for a room or join another club if they still had an empty spot, which was quite doubtful. Hence, escape was the go-to strategy since they just needed to stay logged out until Felix or other challengers leave before logging again. Felix was retarded enough to give them a chance to escape instead of just picking one quickly. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to refuse the challenge. He wasn't planning on making the same mistake on the 20th floor. TI ring. The moment the elevator opened up, Felix dashed inside the packed 20th floor and pointed his finger at a girl who was chatting in enjoyment with two other girls. "I challenge you for your room," he said loudly, making everyone turn around and focus on him.